Hello, guys, and welcome to the Friday night session, Friday Night Madness. This is my worst day usually to play poker. I have the worst results on Friday, so every Friday every Saturday morning when my wife wakes up, she just says to me how much you lost because she knows the green guys on Friday are usually the one kicking my ass. So I'm gonna make a video of whole session. We are preparing, trying to enter it, and I will put my whole session on YouTube. I hope we will have a good one, and yeah, yeah, we want to follow some 5x and 4x if possible. We're gonna have some ace 4, ace 5, some backdoor hearts. We don't trap that much, but against fish, it's not that important to rep a lot because they will make a decision based on strength of their hand. If they like the hand, they will stick with the hand. If they don't like it, they will not. Sorry about this sound. I'm trying to enter the new tables. There's a lot of tables. The problem is that I am not on the many wait list because I can only be in two currently. And yep, I want to go into all of them as soon as possible. So yep, it's Friday. Let's turn around the trend because trend is bad on Friday for me. A lot of recreationals fish, and usually yep, it's tough. So let's try to turn it around. I hope you will stick with me until the end of the video, whole session, and yeah, I hope we have a good one and that we have a good Friday. I will give my absolute best to make that happen. So let's go. Currently two table, one more to add, and hope this will be also filled with players. Ace 8, we are folding. 4-6 also. We will talk about the range versus range, everything. We will watch other tables playing. I will prepare my notebook so I can write the hands that I think I need to go through in Solver. Yep, all is ready. The good thing is that I think I'll get the table fast. Yes, I have it. And now I can enter one more wait list. Super good. A7-10, King 8 off. We are not floating. Checking back on A7-10. Weak Ace-X. Hands like 8 and 9 doesn't want to bet. 10x. Pocket kings. Queens. Let's see his delay c-bet range. I see his delay c-bet is really equity heavy, so it means it's lacking bluffs. We have an easy call. Even he is only 40 blinds. He's giving us terrific odds, and he is tight as I don't know which comparison I can pull, but tight as like queens through aces and ace king. We will see. We will still try to see a flop. Okay. 8-9 opening table number 1. Table number 3 against the net that is having. We'll check back. I want to have at least some trips in my checking range, so we are not like super easy to be in a bet check bet line bluffed, that we occasionally have a trips, and I think a6 fits nice because now we can just easy call because we'll rarely have this. And I would say this guy, he's now repping ace, probably a strong one, and flushes. And now we have an easy call, and we'll see if he did bluff. He did actually bluff check, but bet check bet line once. We'll see it now, and he did bluff. So it's really nice for us. We allow him to do that with the queen six. We protected our range, our like 10x pocket pairs, and we saw. We actually see that he did bluff also this two out of two times. So he bet with ace 4 on the king queen 7. Turn was a jack 6 river. He did bluff without any blockers, equity, anything. Nice to know that. Ace ace ace. Board that we don't like based on our range. We are 3 betting 7s plus, so we are not gonna have strong full houses. We're gonna have a less we're gonna have less ace-x because we are 3 betting a lot of ace-x hands. So definitely board where he is having range, nuts advantage, and all of that. He can attack us heavily. He shouldn't be overbetting, but should be betting quite frequently also on the turn. And let's see his double barrel. So really low frequency, low aggression. Double barrel seems top pairish, not bluffing rivers. Yeah, situation is that we are folding the turn. His value range can be like any pair on the turn after bet small on the flop. Definitely not a spot that we can do, especially against this player anything. Table number 1 we have 3-4 suited. On table number 3 we have deuce 7, and we are 4 max, so we're gonna call. Checking back, a lot of ace-x hands like ace-4, ace-5, ace-6, ace-8, ace-9 are betting with mixed frequencies. Ace-queen and ace-king are also betting with mixed frequencies. So yeah, we're gonna check with either do 7. Check calling the turn is the play. We have a block size on the turn and an overbet size, so we're gonna also lead sometimes with a block or an overbet. Middle size doesn't have any sense, so 2/3 doesn't have any sense. If you're having a big hand, you're trying to attack a capped range with an overbet, because when he check back here, he's gonna be pretty capped. He's not gonna ever have hand like ace jack or ace 7 or aces. He shouldn't be having aces on this board, and he's kind of capped. He can still have like ace king or ace queen to check behind on the flop. He can still have to pair with like ace 3 or maybe even some ace 7 if he's not c-betting that. But with 70% c-bet flop, I would say the ace 7, the middle pair with the top kicker, is for sure in the c-bet range. So yep, he is kind of capped, so there is a sense in the orbit size there because we are uncapped. We are checking whole range on the flop, so we can have trips, we can have two pair, but our hand is, and this line against a player that is like 70%. Let's see, so he's check back a line. He actually did bluff with 8-9 on the king 5-4 deuce 7, and he used 2/3 on the 2/3 on the river. I mean, these spots are bluffed. It's not like they are not bluffed ever. So we're gonna make calls, and actually I have the new table ready. Kind of good. Okay, we have it ready. Queen 9. Even this table can be broken pretty fast. But there's a lot of tables, so we will be on the wait list trying to maneuver everything. We're gonna check raise with 5-6 against the fish and sticky fish. We're gonna go with a pot. Having a club is making our hand, and we have a lot of 7x, so making our kind of mandatory bet on the turn. 3-8-9, 3 diamonds against the fish. Easy decision now. Our starting hand is a check back. Table number 4, we see a 3-bet. Queen 10. Queen 10. 3 max is usually this is close to a call, but the problem is that this guy is 24-18. Kind of let it go. I didn't play with him 3 max, so I'm not sure he starts with 3 max. Usually people that don't play a lot of 3 max or heads up has the same ranges as 6 max. And then our hand is definitely not a call. So we'll just play it safe. He looks also passive, nitty one. He's like 3-betting position really low, and out of position also low on the lower side. We don't want to pay out these guys with the queen 10 off. Ace king. When we this is his calling range, 43% big blind versus small blind calling and 21 3-betting, so that's around 65% range. That would indicate he would need to have like queen 7 off, 6-8 off, 7-10 off also in the range. Big blind versus small blind, like king 4 off. So pretty wide range that he's defending, but it can be defended. It's wider than the solver and the GTO. I defend around 70%. So I'm gonna have also hand like a queen 6, like a jack 7, 4-6 off. But I mean, if you played good, you're still in position, low SPR. You can put a lot of pressure on many boards that your opponent will not have experience how to play against wide range. So you can get edge there, and definitely you can play it wider. And we're gonna call table number 3. Table number 4, king 9-5. He's probably betting range on this board. Hands call, and 5-9 will be bet bigger size. Clear call there. block the river. And I'm gonna actually check back this one and check back on table number one. We're gonna go with the check back with our hand which is full of equity. So I actually like check. We're gonna check back some king x like king 8 for example. So we're gonna have it bet check bet there. He did have one bluff, but usually it's for value. Our hand is a fold, easy call on here, table number one. His size doesn't have sense also. This is when somebody didn't go through these spots and he just had like 2/3. He wants to have a lot of blocks because his range on the 2-3 A is gonna have a lot of like pairs against a bigger size, so he can have like at this 2/3 size because he's not gonna have many medium strength hands. He actually called there with a queen jack against like 80%. And yeah, he's gonna have like king jack. He should be having king jack, king queen. There, some king 10 with the king of hearts. So he's not gonna have. He's gonna mainly have really strong hearts and really strong hearts and really low hearts because a lot of his pocket pairs like fours, sixes, five, sevens, uh, this type of hand. So block or an overbet is what what has a lot of sense. 2/3 is having a lot of sense when you have a lot of like jack, queen, and king of hearts hands, and you don't have that much. Then jack, queen, and king. But if he's calling queen jack there to 80%, 82% size, and so he should be continuing turn with 9 10 jack 10. So he actually like grabs ace 10 here and a queen x to check behind. I don't think he's now betting an 8x. Even it's possible to bet him like 8, ace 8 or king 8, but I think he would also he would also I'm gonna go with the 4 bet here. Gonna fold. I would say he mostly actually rep. He is on the passive side, so maybe he can like check back. His bet check bet line is also really against 12%. We're not gonna call that much. His 3 bet is not polarized from what I see. Even I see a polarized hand. Usually 8-8 is a clear call. But against 12% we are a lot of 4 betting and folding. Let's see his range. He had ace deuce off, ace 10 off, jack. Maybe it's the sample issue. Usually against like 12% you're gonna overfold a lot and a lot of 4 betting. Like ace queen is completely 4 bet and king queen is completely 4 bet, ace jack also. Uh, Nines are complete 4 bet, tens, ace king. So yep. Ace 10 we're gonna bet. 2/3 is the size. Board it is really hard to hit. And blocking tens is making this ace x really good. On the turns we are doing a lot of checking. With the 10 I'm gonna actually bet the turn. Take having a 10 of hearts there. Really nasty river here. I'm gonna just check. This trade is possible with pocket sixes, with hand like 5-6. Yeah, this is awkward spot. We're gonna call with the big blind head being a fish. Let's see his aggression on river. He's really. Here's the question: is he gonna like turn hand like ace king or ace queen into bluff? And I think this player can be doing that. Yes, he's also full of bluffs on the rivers. We're gonna just call here. He turned a seven into bluff. That's the key thing there. Is he gonna turn like pairs into bluff and like ace king, ace queen type of hands into bluff? And this type profile of the player with this high of aggression on the river, it's capable of doing that. So block on the river now is not that tempting. It's, I think, better to just go with the check call. Because the both straights are possible, so then the blocks like loses appeal, because when I'm blocking there is high chance I'm gonna be raised, and he can also use maybe big size there, and he will have he will have straights with sixes and 10, and we will look weak. So I decided like this. Pocket fives, let me check. For the 65, around 65 or so. We're gonna check this hand. Usually this is high c-bet frequency spot. And check the turn also. Checking with the ace king. Check call and check call the river. Turn is really connected there. Really connected with like middle pairs. A lot of middle pairs with like pair plus draw hands. Like really passive is my impression on him. This guy's going into showdown with 7 high, so it's really nice to know that. Still think it's a call with a king of hearts, and this guy will have like queen 9 off in the range, queen 10 off, maybe even hands like ace 5, ace 6 off. Pretty much it's sure this is his call range. 4 5 off, yeah. Pocket jacks. They will just show up with pocket jack, freaking pocket jacks. Play like this. Hmm. Okay. 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 We are playing hard. Trapping, trapping, trapping. Calling it only pre-flop against the cutoff. Betting on the turn. Okay. Having a top full house. I don't think we have any incentive to do anything except to check, and we look like in this spot we just look like we want to go to the showdown actually. So I don't think trapping has much sense when we check behind the flop. I don't think we will bet quite often there, and stabbing 25%. This is the number we see. He had only a nuts. Use a big size. Use a pot size like he did now. This table will be broken now. These guys will not play heads up. Unfortunately, we have a good table. Full. It's all regs and all have uh, normal stacks, so no short stackers. And yep, that's what we want to play. Even now here, the think the game will not break now. Yep, now will not break, so we will not leave. Okay. Jack 3-4 with the king deuce and 60% of range. I'm gonna actually bet small. 5 is connected nicely. He's having 50, 62, so he's gonna have 5, 6 off, 6, 7 off. He's gonna also float here hands like a queen 10, queen 9, 9, 10. Definitely we want to bet the turn, and I think we want to use the small size again. We want to bet here hands like Jack X, still Jack 10, Queen Jack. We have also the over pairs. So I think the turn bet is fine, and we're gonna go for betting ace queen. For bet folding ace queen. We're gonna go 4.4. Let's go into the 4-bet pop-up just to see his calling range. Pairs. We're just gonna continue bet small. Pretty wide calling range of the 4-bet. Against us it's even more. Ace 3 suited, 4, 5 suited. We can use on the flop 10% is GTO. We can use 10% or 20 in that spot. I'm mixing between 10 and 20. Against the door, I want to do 10. People make mistakes a lot against 10% because even against 10% you're folding pairs and people don't fold nines, for example, there or tens. They call with these hands. So then it's cool on the turn. They will be with the range unappropriate. So prone to make mistakes, and yep, that's what we want to do. We want to put them in a spot where they can make mistakes. I'll go 1/4 against extremely tight guy. This is his calling range. Okay, he had ace 10 off. Let's see how he plays against the double barrels. He folds a bunch. I'm gonna actually do a small bet again, like a half pot. Table number 4, table number 3 checking, table number 4 actually check raise. Decent hand for a check raise. Bet small on table number 3. I'm gonna actually go over it. This to me looks like a raise with pair that's gonna check behind, like a 8x, but now he's not betting 8x anymore. So he's wrapping a king, having a clear call. Wrapping a king or completely shit like he had. Usually I would be checking really a lot on the 6-8-9 against the middle position. But against the fish, I think we just want to bet. His range will be wider for sure. And turn is really bad for our range actually here. And when we think about fish range, he's gonna have probably queen jack off and bunch of 7x. So we just we just have to check if we want to play our range in a decent way. Uh, and yeah, I'm just gonna bet. This is like I shouldn't be having this side at all. But if I have a completely trash hand, I would do like this against a fish that is not important. Because he's passive, he will not turn out nothing into blood the check behind the turn. So it doesn't have sense, and he can still float with the hands like ace jack, ace queen. And if we check, he's not gonna value bet these hands. Ace nine he could, but yeah, I just think we want to bet. And if we block, he's just gonna call, for example, there, and if he doesn't want to do that. If he's gonna have ace jack or ace queen, he will just gonna call, and block loses a lot of appeal there. So we against him don't want to block against a passive guy in that spot because we will not gonna be bluff raise. He will not try to put pressure on our range, which is in that situation weak. So immediately there is no sense for that. So we'll just like bet basically something when we think about a range that shouldn't be played like that. But against the fish, like I said, it's not important. It is actually a big mistake to try to balance against the fish because if they are not adjusting and if they are only playing their hand, it's actually a big mistake. For example, if we want to play optimal here, we would lose a lot of EV. And yep, the table number 1 is like pretty much the worst that can happen. And we're not faced an overbet. It doesn't have completely any sense. We can still have kings, we can still have queens. Uh, I mean, we can maybe even like check behind ace king. So the guy is probably a fish. And now I would so like to jam there because I don't know what he's wrapping here. Can you tell me what hand has sense from his range? That's gonna be a lot of pocket pairs and weak ace x hands calling on the small blind. Which hand has sense? I mean, he probably has like I don't know, like a flush, but like his range there doesn't want ever to go big, like block or 2/3 maximally, but because even flush we can have queens, we can have like ace king the check behind, so it doesn't have sense. But like I said, they don't care about the range. And also weak regs doesn't care in many spots. They just don't care. Just play their hand and that's it. Having a clear call there. His mainly bluffs should be a pocket pairs. We have really good hand to call, blocking a straight and a two pair. And I would say his value range here is like a two pair set plus. Actually call there. And he did bluff with sevens. Didn't have a blocker, but okay. If he's doing it with sevens, he's probably overdoing it. Because mainly you want to do deuces, threes, fours. So he probably thinks that the pool in this spot is overfolding. He's trying to exploit that probably. He's also not familiar to me. I don't have much history with him. I just maybe even this like my first time playing with him. I think I saw him in like a lobby or something. He looks familiar, but we didn't play much. Kings, we're gonna go with a 3-bet, king, queen. He's just gonna mark this guy as a fish. I think it's clear now. We're gonna call king, queen. 39-32 starts really aggressive 3-bets. We're gonna call him down. We can also shove on the turn, but with this aggression we'll call him down. Call on the river. Three, 7 off. I think he could have found a better hand. You see, like in a 30 hands, you can still immediately recognize a type of player, what he will do. We have a double belly, guys, and yeah, we're just gonna bet. We're gonna just go small. King 9, we're gonna open. King queen against middle position. Until we have a better idea about him, I'm not gonna do it with king queen in this position. This table may broke. Could happen. So I'm gonna just put some wait lists on. Big blind versus button 12%, tens and queens. So we don't see a polarized range. Let's see what he's calling just to see. King jack call. Let me see. Okay. So could be polarized. We don't know. I would say it's not just based big blind big blind versus cut of 9 versus early middle 0 versus button 12 and only like linear hands, strong hands. Flop is a fold with an ace jack, so probably linear range, and because linear range hits differently, for example linear range will hit this board with a like betting range there. Actually not on the fly, like on a queen 4-8 rainbow it's a range bet around 80%, but on a queen 4-8 two-tone he is gonna have like 50 to 60 even with linear range. There is clear hands that wants to check like 9s, 10s, jacks that are not like super good bets, and you actually want to then use maybe bigger side like a 2/3 in this situation if you want, because it's not bet range. And king queen we're gonna go 12.2. 12.2. Jack 9 fold. Ace 8. What happened there with the Ace 8? C bet. Did he bet the flop? I want to see. He didn't. He just played it really passive. Pocket deuces. Opening deuces and with 3-5 suited. We are going muck it. 10-5-8. We're gonna have a lot of checks here. These like middle cards connected are really good for the big blind. A lot of two pairs, a lot of like pairs with possibility of backdoors with like backdoor straights. Those are still check call of the flop. He's having 65% of range, so he should be stabbing hands like a queen 7, um, jack 7, also on the flop, and 65% queen 7 off is in the range. Against an overbet on the turn, it's a fold. He has 8-10. He shouldn't be actually overbetting there. He doesn't have nuts advantage or range advantage. We have pocket 5s, 8s and 10s, and he only has pocket 5s. And we have 8-10 off in the range, same as him, and 5-8 suited and 5-10 suited. So we are actually the same in regarding value range, and uh, actually we have stronger range here because we are opening around 50% and he has 65%, so he will flop in this situation regarding strong hands worse than we're gonna flop. So there is no like sense. We're gonna check all here, sometimes aces, kings, sets. So definitely block the river. Here is the play. So ace 6. Usually these type of boards are good for the big blind, but like big blind, he's having 67 now, and that's a lot more than the GTO. He's gonna hit it nice, but he's gonna have more like middle strength hand than us, but we're gonna have nuts advantage. So I would say that he is not aware of it because he's using the overbet there. So probably he doesn't think about his range, and he also play his hand. We're gonna go. I'm gonna actually still. I'll go a little bigger. We're gonna expect floats. This guy will have ace 10 off, ace jack. He probably won't fold his hands. Yep, without the hearts, we're folding turn. Let's see how he won that hand. Where he did get the double up. Okay, he had quads against top full house. Let's see that. Okay, nothing to see. Just a call, call, call. Because his range is a lot wider, he's gonna have really a lot of advantage when the flush comes. So we have to acknowledge that and check a bunch on the turn. So I would check there, like maybe even hold range against him because we are also deeper. But also, I think you just have to like this fact with the flushes there that he's gonna have massive advantage on. It's really a big deal because when you're deep, like having a flush there is basically the nuts because most of our range will be like strong top pairs like we had with king queen and over pairs and like sets, and all of these hands can beat flush. And when you're actually deep, the value of flush is going really up in these three bet pots, and that's why we're playing it really defensively on the turns when the flush hits. Nuts advantage is going literally like it boosts EV brutally in deep pots. So blocker value goes really up, really up, and nuts hands. 8-9 we're gonna open. Table number 1, block. Ace king suited. You're gonna use the 3x. On a big blind you can go more than 3x because you're using polarized range and you can increase size. I would do it against the guys that basically defend appropriately. But against a guy that overfolds to a 3-bet, I think you just want to go with normal 3x. We have a easy jam. He has low 4-bet frequencies, but he did fold one out of one time face of shove. And this is one of the worst feelings. Like we are small blind versus big blind, and we run ace king suited versus aces. And this is something that I generally like hate. This is I literally want to like get 10 bad beats than this because this is sick. 3 max and small blind versus big blind. Gonna go bigger here and small size on the 884. Two-thirds. We're gonna go really big like this. King 8 fold. Folding everything. Table number 2. Let's see what is guy tanking this long. Block the river. Has sense. It's been I think bet check bet line actually. Gonna trip it. 12.5. The guy folded right to raise immediately. See if it was a bet check bet line. Yeah, it was a bet check bet line, so it has a lot of sense. And that size is also my size of choice very often in that spot. Queen deuce deuce against 17%. This guy probably doesn't have deuces, threes, fours, fives in range on the UTG. Has ace 10 off. He will probably bet his all range here. He's using half pot, which is unusual. Let's see if he's doing that normally. Okay. He does use it sometimes. He used it actually one time. We have really good table guys on the wait lists. We will join it. Yeah, this table I think will be broken. And we will go to we have the new one. And unfortunately I don't have a seat anymore. They just write you don't have a seat anymore. Why? Insane. Clear call on the river. I don't think we can shove. Let's see if he has an orbit range on the river. He has. Yep. I should have shoved. I didn't check out the HUD, guys. You see how it's costly mistakes. Didn't check the HUD. If I did check the HUD, I would see that he would use an orbit size with kings and aces there. Yep, I just missed a bunch of value here. Wow, this is actually a big mistake. Yeah, this is a big mistake. If I only check the HUD, we have clear call with ace3. And board that is really good for us. We have 10, 7s, 9s, 8s, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm gonna actually go with the lead here, guys. Super strong board for us. We have 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, 7, 8, 9, 10 suited, 7, 8 suited. We have Queen Jack in the range, Jack 10, a lot of top pairs, a lot of two pairs, a lot of pair plus draw hands. Flipping. And if he's jamming his overpairs, then our donk is super good because against our donking range with his overpair, he is in the best way in like flip, in like best possible outcome for him. I just told you our range, and if he's jamming there, his overpairs, we have such an easy game when he calls, and I'm gonna write this up. This is like huge mistake. And this is what weak regs do. He's not aware of the range. He's not saying, okay, wow, this guy gets perfect flop. This his range is like crushing this. He's just thinking, okay, I'll have kings. I'm just gonna jam, and he's happy to see ace3 because all of the other hands have like a lot more equity. I mean, we are now flipping, and against our value range, he's dead. Against our pair plus draw, he's behind. Uh, so best outcome for him was our hand, and he's not happy to see our hand. So we're just gonna write this down. This what we cracks, and my best table give me like five of light blue ones, and I don't need green ones at all. I don't even like to play with green ones because there is no range there, or range versus range interaction or anything. So I want these players I want to have, because these guys will make bunch of mistakes, and you can easily like make assumptions which mistake will they do. Clear check and clear check here. I was just gonna write down check call, and you basically want to see that when he's you want to see them jamming. Clear block. You just want to see him jamming there. Just think about, you have sevens, you don't, and he jam. Like, easy game, easy, immediately realization of the equity. Immediately he's dead, and that's it. So definitely against him, our strategy will be in this situation, donking a bunch. Now we're turning into bluff and squeezing here. Not an easy board to play. And now we're thinking what is the most. I'm gonna go over, but we saw actually that he, in this line, when he checked behind the turn, he's actually not folding to a block. He's gonna call blocks with his like middle pairs, but he folds to overbet. Really, like, he folded every time. And we're gonna rep. Then we're just gonna rep a flush. We're not gonna rep an ace x there with 9-10. We're gonna rep a flush. It's gonna be a lot more profitable there. And we gonna go with the call 4. And we face, I don't know how to say that, like, cold call of a cold 4 bet. We face that. I would say immediately we want to bet just big, and against these players. He's sticky. I think we want to bet big immediately. And just get it in. No! I didn't see a size. I thought it was 14. Wow. Big mistake. A lot of his bluffs will gonna contain 8 or 9. That's the problem here. Fold there. He's only 40 blinds. Let's go half. And let's go 25.5. And let's get it in. Against pocket trees. We have now a double belly. 9 is connected with our floats a lot. Queen 9, King 9 is floating. Now we think, do we want to check it back and look more as a showdown there, or want to bet? I think we want to bet. We're gonna have hands like Jack 10, Queen 10. All these hands want to bet. We can even bet 9 there. Jack 9. Queen 9 that floated. And we are against then a check on the turn after bet on the flop. Check call looks really toward to like 9x and weak 10x hands. We can attack that range, so definitely all the good thing is going on when we bet. Face a 3-bet against the net, not the perfect spot to be. 7% 3-betting range, so there is no polarized range. This is like 7%. Gonna be 9s plus ace queen, probably some ace jacks and king queens and suited broadways, and that's it. Like king 10 suited queen jack. So he's gonna hit this board stronger with his top pairs than we will, because the range will be wider and we don't have all of the ace jack ace queens because we are 4-betting some, and we don't have ace king, so that's definitely a problem. Even against him I would call some ace king hands, definitely. These guys just now are checking like 9s, 10s, jacks, queens. The problem is that he doesn't have a lot of bluffs there. We're just gonna be checking behind there. I think that's okay with king 10 especially. Just to check. It's nice to split it there. Like we said, he had a king 10. We are faced a check raise against the delay. I'm gonna be folding against this guy, guys. Nasty spot. Min check raise on the turn and pot the river on that run out where his value range would be queen jack and all of the flushes, and we don't need to like think around. He needs to have 15 bluffs, guys. 15 bluffs that we have a profitable call. So 15 bluffs he needs to have that are playing not just like bluffs. He needs to have that bluffs that are checking the flop and on the turn checking again and against our big size going for a min raise. So in that line we need to think about like, because okay, we can say he's gonna have ace four of spade, but if ace four of spades is gonna step the turn, or if it's gonna ace four of spade, wait for a big size to come and then check raise in that spot. So it's more likely this type of hands will be in the stabbing range, not in the check raising range. So yeah, I would say this it's gonna hard for him to be even close. This type of players 29-10 to potting the river. Let me actually see his. I should check the river bet pop up just to see his spot. He didn't like. He bet one time over bet and that's it. I should still check it. I didn't check it this time. But I'm waiting, guys, for something really cool that it's gonna happen end of this week. I'm getting in my head the new update and the future that I think about, that I thought like it was maybe over a year that I think of that like pretty cool future where on the riverbed pop-up, so this is the riverbed pop-up where you see generally all the river strategies against your opponent you need to know. You have their um, you have their betting, general betting frequencies with all sizes, with the bet fold and bluff percentage. You have it in every line after betting turn, donking river, and after check turn out of position, so we know how they play their range in any spot. And now actually we will get for the every size of the flop. So you will be able to see how much they bluff, how much they fold versus raises, how much they bet in any line after checking, after betting turn, uh, donking in every spot. You will have to see when the pot is like 0 to 25 blinds, so you'll know how they play small pots. When the pot is 25 to 50 blinds, you will know how much they bluff in this. You will know how they bluff, for example, when the pot is like 250 blinds plus. So definitely super good to have it. Fold through. Because you will identify their strategy in like any, because people don't play the same. You will see, okay, the guy falls to river bet to big size like really a lot, but you will see, for example, in a small pot he will never fall to the small, to in that situation. For example, after he checks turn and he face a pot bet, he will maybe have a fold frequency, let's say, let's see, some like random guy, this guy will have fold frequency, let's say 20%, or after check turn 99%, but or 67%. But when the pot is, for example, small, there's a people that don't care about small pots and they just fold. They don't want to lose time and think about ranges. They just fold this small pot. There's other guys, they don't fold anything in the small pots. You want to know which type of opponents you are playing. You definitely want to see and which is most important, how they play the big pots. So we will see, for example, the guy will maybe have a fold to river bet around 50%, but when the pot is 250 blind deep and he face like a three quarters or pot or an overbet, he will maybe fold and that's like 80%. So that's definitely a significant thing, because you will be able to see how much they bluff in the big pots, small pots, medium pots, and how much they fold against any sizing, against any lines. So yeah, that's definitely something great. And here we want to think about now how our range looks like. And I think we have an easy overbet on the river with our hand of Queen 10 got there. We're gonna have still. We're just gonna like rep pocket eights, Ace Jack, and Queen 10. To me, he looks like ace. He can potentially like check behind ace 10. Maybe he's also having a ace queen. Not sure. What we want to do there? I think we want to block. He looks like a pocket pair, probably. Yeah, but I think we want to block. He looks to me like a pocket fives that raise for like value protection and immediate fold equity. So definitely, I'm looking forward to. I'll make a video about it. I will make a video for YouTube where I'm gonna show that future. We're gonna maybe I will think of maybe doing the like this size. I will make a video about it, and I will put actually pool, how pool plays, and then we will see how much pool folds, for example, on some boards in really big pots, in small pots, and like to know that, to be able to know your opponent's strategy, how they play big pots, how much they fold on certain boards in the big pots. It's that like seeing their hand. That's basically so much value, and I just can't wait to have that future. And this future will be available beginning of the next week or end of this week, and I'm really looking forward to it, because whenever you're in a big spot, you just see, okay, we are really deep, and you will just know his strategy. You will know, okay, you can see you can know his like what type of range of hands he's gonna have. You can know that, but you will now see all of these hands. You put him, okay, he's gonna have here hands like a top pair, ace jack, ace queen in this situation. And now I'm thinking, do I want to bluff against him? And you see like he's generally falling like 50%. You're not sure is your bluff profitable or not. But if you see the pot is 250 blinds deep, and you are putting him like on a top pair mid kicker, and you are super deep, and you see like he's folding 80%, you have a no-brainer bluff. And it's also a good thing when you want to see when you're playing against guys and you see actually how much they bluff in the big pots, because you can see aggression free, like easy call there. He's basically wrapping a straight. I don't think he's like stabbing turn with the king. That would be a nonsense. Okay, ace king is good. He's basically wrapping a straight because he shouldn't be having a full house in the range, except the king 10, king 9, king and king 9 suited. 9 should be 3 betting, 10s, king 10 suited, ace king, basically kings, everything. And I think that would be also really good for the Zoom games, because as in the Zoom you're gonna play a lot of deep, and when you have these informations, when you know that some guys will never have a balls to, you will see aggression frequency 40, you will see a lot of bluffs on the river, but you will not know in how much, how big were these spots where they bluffed. You will see they bluff with the overbet, and you see, okay, I have a clear call. But if you don't know, are they bluffing in the big pots? You have guys that will never have balls to bluff with the overbet shove when the pot is like 300 blinds. They just don't have it in themselves. And you want to realize who is that type of player, and having this future is gonna like make your life so much easy, because you will way more bluff profitably, because you will see which guys are playing bad in the small pots, which guys are playing like, which guys doesn't care in the small pots. You're gonna try to run them over in small pots, and you're gonna see which guys fold a lot in the big pots. So generally, all of the cool stuff is going on, and yep, I really like it, and looking forward to having it. I'm gonna make video about it. We're just gonna call there. This guy's just calling pocket jacks, calling ace king. Just gonna mark him as fish. And I'm gonna actually check turn with queens. And now we're gonna jump. Nice trap with 7-8, calling 3 bet. How much blind he had? Like 41. Yep, nice call with 7-8. Nice trap, nice check behind on the turn. I would bet like he would stab probably anything, but trips are checking behind. Okay, it's also nice to know that. Nothing we can do still. So the good times are ahead of us. Really good times. And I'm gonna try to give you a lot interesting content, and I'm gonna also, after I sort things out, I will be playing somewhere also else, and it's gonna be interesting. I'm still not know where I'm gonna play because things got a little complicated with my account. And 888 poker is possibility also. So mixing there to like 200 and 500, not that bad. Mixing a little bit of super sport if you want to see wild action going on. Then I will make some super sport streams. We're gonna make some pool analysis videos. Maybe I can also make like our study videos if you want to see that. If you want to see that, tell me in the comment section. I think they are interesting. I personally like every study on our Discord that we had. I learned uh, uh, a lot of things and we discuss it, so it's super good. So if you're also interesting, I can put it on the YouTube. Um, just tell me in the comments if you liked it and which type of content you like to see. I think the most important content is to see somebody's session. So this is the way I play. You see my game, you see my thought process. I think that's the best learning experience. You also have my Discord. You can join our Discord. We are every day talking about strategies, hands, everything, analyzing how to exploit pool. Because guys, all the win rate in poker is from exploits. All the win rate is from exploits. You have guys using RTA banned from sites that were like break even or losing. You have bots, GTO bots losing or breaking even. Uh, your win rate is drastically edge is coming from your ability to exploit your pool. To be able to know that, you need to know the GTO, you need to know your opponent's strategy, you need to know how to counter the unoptimal strategy. And that's the key. And talking about this stuff will make you a lot better. First, you will understand what is the optimal strategy and why is that optimal strategy. And second, you will not know how to respond to guys that are not using these strategies. So definitely all the good things are there, and just play, learn. People are asking me like, what is the best way? I always say the best way is to play and learn. I usually work mostly after my session, then I go through spots, and so the best way is to play a lot. I did mostly playing and learn by playing. I didn't work that much in solvers. I mainly played, and I played with my eyes open and my brain uh, just prepared for any info I can get, any situation to think about immediately in game. And I think that's the best way. If you're playing on autopilot, just like don't give a shit what's happening on the tables, you're not gonna improve anything while playing, and then you need to work off tables and be like 100% into it. But if you're like learning and working through playing and then working after playing, I think that's the best way. Because I did a lot of spots where I did never gone into solver, and when I go through solver I see that I'm playing them like good and like near optimal. It's just because logic of playing and logic of other spots that you can apply to that spot. So it's not like you need to work hours and hours in solvers in like theory. I think you just need to be while playing productive, like when playing, thinking about everything that's going on. That's why, like when I'm streaming, my win rate is like all 20 BBs, and I actually streamed a decent amount of hands. I think while I streamed around, I mean around 40k hands, maybe even more on just on stars I stream, maybe even like more than 50k hands that I just streamed on stars, and I showed the graph while I'm streaming on my Discord, and yeah, it's pretty brutal because when I'm streaming, I need to just talk everything. I need to talk every spot. It's similar when I'm making this video, so you're completely. I mean, in one way you're getting exhausted, but it's super good for your play. So I always advise people that come to Discord and ask me what is the best way. I always advise them, just when you play, just act like you're streaming, act like you are making a video, because you will then talk to yourself and explain every spot to yourself, and you will be deeply going into games and into the every spot, and you will be playing your A game. You just can't be like thinking about everything and playing D game. That's not just possible. Yep, we're gonna open 5-7. We shouldn't be, but on this type of table we can. And we are not gonna be three betting that much. Yep, this guy is gonna be calling the hands that dominate our hands. He's gonna have 7-10 suited or ace 7 off, but yep, you can still play. And on ace XX, low ace XX, we have a check range, especially against the white fish. There's gonna be bunch of top pairs in range, so we're gonna play it passive. This flop we're gonna just play passive. And the river, I don't think we need to bluff. Maybe he can stab like sixes, eights, king X. We have fours. Yeah, yeah, but actually we'll go and bluff a rep like pocket fours, because there's also a chance that he's gonna have like a king X that will not bluff catch. He's having like 21 when to showdown. He can also step pocket sixes or sevens or eights, or hand like a queen five suited. So exploitably, I think we just actually want to bluff there. A lot of tables. Yep, that this is just that Friday is always super crazy. People just want to play on Fridays. And also it's almost half over 1 a.m. It's 1 a.m. and 17 minutes currently. Unfortunately, we had a really nice 3-bet, but now we need to fold our king queen off. This guy is not folding anything, so he's gonna have like bunch of range, maybe like around 27% of range. So that indicates he's gonna have ace 10 off, king 10 off, queen 10 off, jack 10 off. A lot of 6-9 suited, 5-7 suited, 5-8 suited. King queen against that range is cruising. The guy tanked with the set. And he has 4 blinds left. Think when he just thinks about like this, I think he will be bet folding really a lot. Deuce 3-10, again board, hard to hit, not the two pairs. The guy doesn't fold to see bet a lot, so we're gonna use this size. Nine seven, we're folding. A6 suited against the middle position is a fold. Queen 5 suited, we're gonna play. I also think the volume is good now. I was going through all of the settings in the OBS, and I think I found a good combination. Our big blind range hits this way better than small blind. So let's see how much he stabs. And this pocket tens also likes to play. He stabs really a lot. Likes to play delay bet river. I think I will call this. I don't see many Jack X hands that are not except pocket jacks. And I'm gonna go with the bet, with the delay C bet. Generally, their checking range is really bad. Let's see what he checked behind in ace high. He checked behind flop with middle pair that was queen 10 and ace 3 10. So his range will be weak. There we need to attack that range. I wanted to check raise stance because they immediately want to realize equity and get the money in on the flop right away. Opening deuce 6. We're gonna go 13.2 because we are deeper. We are attributing some jack 10 and king 10 off. Let's see, also we have a deep pop-up just to see how much he calls and which hands he calls 3-bet deep. We see that he actually calls really a lot. He called him queen 10 or 7-9 suited, okay. Jack 10 can go both way. I'm gonna actually go with the check call. Think deeper, we can pot control a lot of hands like ace-x, like ace 10, ace 8, pocket aces. Now we're not gonna go with an orbit, we'll just go like this. Let's see his checking range. Check versus missy, but he has top pairs in the range. Ace highs, middle pairs. I'm gonna go for 4.1. To raise, we have easy fold with the jack 10. Board will bet frequently. Now I'm just turning down the size on the like monotone boards. Having king of diamonds it's allowing us to do that. His calling range will be a lot of nines, tens, jacks on the flop, on the turn. Aces could have some raising the flop, especially without the diamond. I'm gonna check call this board, and we have a easy jam on the river with the kings. And now we also have really good SPR with our bluffs. Really good SPR. Because now when we're having like an ace king with a king of diamonds, for example, it's really good to spot. We have massive fold equity now. This guy is just checking behind queens. Which world is this? We could have also check raised the flop bet turn, that would be better, but he's having really aggressive stats, so I wanted to do this. Just protect our range, and that this is like one of the worst flops for our range, so I just wanted to, yeah, and block river. Wanted to protect our range, which is not a thing against the fish. We don't need to do it, but this board is just nasty. But if you see like his clear call with the winner jack 10. I wouldn't have any 5-bet range in this spot when we are 200, so I would call aces, kings, queens, everything. Ace king. We're gonna bet. We have tens, jacks, kings, aces, we have everything. So why wouldn't we bet there? And we're gonna go squeeze with nines. And we are faced a bet check bet line here. Yeah, I'm gonna actually call king six. He reps like we also block a6 hands that he has check behind. On the turn, he's gonna check behind a lot of hands like ace 5, ace 6, ace 4. But he's gonna also have here hands like complete trash like 9, 10, 8, 9 that this didn't decide to double barrel, or like complete hand like 5, like jack 5 suited or something like that. So he reps on the river like an ace. We block a6, and hands aces that are checking behind are lower aces than a 7, so a6, ace 5, this type of ace is going to be checking, and we block. He shouldn't be bluffing with having a diamond also in the hand, so I don't mind to play it like that. King 3 off. We are calling to this size. And I think against 2.5 you can actually call like all hands, except like maybe 5% of worst or 10% of worst, like 90% you can then call with such odds and playing in position with SPR low as it is. Because I mean, in this spot you just exploit the ranges the most. You're playing in position, you're playing with SPR really low, that you can like utilize your, if you're better you can utilize that in your advantage, and you can just put pressure when in the places where you know your opponent range will be breaking. So yeah, it's all good when you're in position, and especially when you're facing 2.5, you need to give just 1.5 bb. So Against 2x, you can call 100%. Against like 2.5, you can call like 90 if you're better than your opponent. 9-10 off, we're gonna call. King 4-7 board, we're gonna check fold immediately. Immediately folded. We have a nice multi-way pot. And the guy also checked with the queens with when the jack paired where we don't have like a jack X, like which jack X is check calling the flop, not very much, especially when one more jack is there. I think clear value bet, and he's just checking. That indicates, you see, like this high aggression indicates these guys will be bluffing, but his value bet range will not be like thin, not gonna be thin enough or like wide enough as a GTO range. And immediately when that's the case, he will be over bluffing any spot, because if you're not gonna have uh, uh, if your value range is gonna be a lot narrower than a value range of like optimal range, then your bluffs, even if they are like the same as the GTO or even like lower than the GTO, just because of this, you you're basically over bluffing any spot, because soon as value range is narrower and bluffs are the same, just percentage wise, you're just gonna be over bluffing. And when you see this type of opponents and you just see, okay, they'll probably like be less than bluffing than normal, but still if they're not really betting, you can just bluff catch them more. To this size, I'm gonna call with the backdoors against 34% of range. That indicates he's gonna have like in the range jack 10 off, jack 9 off. So there's a lot of hands that we are doing well against. And double barrels, we see he's still king 7 on the queen, the 6 and the ace on the turn. It's different spot actually. It's actually different spot calling. Yep, to triple barrel against him. 34 river aggression after betting turn in position. He didn't bluff. Yep, zero bluffs. He did bluff with like 1-4 jack 6 in a pot that was really small. And this is triple barrel. I don't think there's ever chance. And this size like screaming like ace 10 or ace jack. We go with 1/3 on the queen 9. Ace deuce 9, 3 spades. Table number 1, let's see what will happen. Checking behind. He would bluff for on this king for sure. We saw in a similar spot with king 7 he bluff when the turn is an ace, so he looks to me like a showdownable hand, like a jack X or pocket tens. He had a jack 8. He didn't really bet the river with the jack, which is, I think, king kicker, you have a clear bet. So that's the thing. So it's not just important how much bluffs, so it's also important how much value. People just don't use that in this equation. They just think about just what he will bluff here. But your pot odds are basically made to be able to know your minimum defense frequency. You're always going like how much is their value range, and then you calculate how much you need to defend. So for example, if they have 40 value combinations on the river and you face a pot size bet, you just go and just just you go like 40, and how it says on English. So dividing is, and this is just, let me quickly check how on Google how it says. So I can explain you better. Multiplication. So you just multiply 40 by 0.5, and that's it. You will know how much bluffs you need to, how much bluffs your opponent need to have so you can defend appropriately. If you're facing an overbet, you just multiply it by 0.6 if it's 1.5 and 0.67 if it's 2.2x pot. And you will then immediately know how much bluffs your opponent need to have. And we're gonna go with the 4-bet in these positions. The thing is that 3-bet against an ISO is more value heavy. Actually, that's what the pool analysis is showing. So it's maybe not even a bad call there with queens and play pot in position against wider range. When we 4-bet there, I think we look more stronger. Call 4, guys. And this guy is tight with call 4-betting there. He also uses the big sizes a lot, you see. A lot of big sizes. Still ace 5 is just too good to fold. See, like he will use this kind of sizes. Now he looks like that he hit it like ace queen to me. That bluff with ace queen. We saw that his bluff. If he has like a queen jack, he would always bet like this. If he's having like pocket tens that he decides to turn into bluff, he would do it. But just gonna check. We're gonna have a lot of king x hands now. We're gonna call king 10, king jack, queen, queen. That's gonna check behind the turn often. And he would bluff like every possible bluff that he could have. He could bluff. He would bluff on the ace, because we saw like 2 out of 2 times he bluffed on the overcard. So I would just say we have an easy check behind. We are still winning against queens. Ace 5 off. You see, like he bluffed with the flop and he the turn ace. He just checks. So definitely. You see, like his call formatting range is 3.9%, and suddenly he just find the like random ace 5 off. Yeah, we had so good equity. If we did hit the flush there, he wouldn't get away from the hand for sure. So that would be super good. I'm gonna mark this guy as a fish. King 6 we're calling. Ace 5 we're gonna bet. He's gonna have a lot of 10x. That's the problem. He's gonna have a lot of hands like Jack 10, Queen 10, Queen Jack, Jack 9, Queen 9 off. So he's gonna hit decently there. So when I'm betting my ace five, my plan is to just keep going and continue bluffing. Because if you're just don't do on these boards, you just need to be aware. It's not same like King Deuce 3 where he's gonna have completely nothing almost always. And if you see a flop like King 10 7 where he's gonna have a lot of middle pairs, gut shots, and that's completely different situation then. Checking behind 7 8. We're gonna bet on the turn small, still get value from weaker pairs from ace highs, and have a showdown check behind on the river with 7 8. What is this? What can you tell me? Like, you see how it's important just to know the player now, because what is this? What type of hand is this? I mean, he can just show 10 4 now. I don't know, weirdly play or pocket fours. That's why with these green guys, I don't like to play because you need to like get hands against them. You just need to hit hands against them often because it's hard to range them. The guy will have this card will show 3.9 and he's gonna have ace 5 off, which is like 40%. So yeah, I always prefer Rex over this type of players because you need to hit against them. You need to have hand a lot, and if you're just playing range and they don't play range, it's like hard to put a pressure in a range spot where they don't completely have an idea how the range looks like, and you want to make like my range is crushing here, I'm going to put pressure. You can put pressure if they are aware of it. If they are not aware, it's the same like a ICM. I see a lot of guys saying, okay, it's a good spot to put ICM pressure, and you're playing like $20 tournaments. You can just forget about ICM in these tournaments. I'm playing tournaments till 1K buy-in, and I see a lot of guys that don't even care and don't have an idea about the ICM, and there are even some regs or decent regs, winning regs from Shardscope. Uh, I face so much spots with ICM where they play completely no like nonsense. I also stream in the in like before in April. That was my last big MTT where I was playing Sunday Million $500, and we were in the final tables, 4 players left, and the guy played completely out of the, and he actually got lucky against me on the river. Um, where he did super stupid bluff without sense, that I sensed that based on how did he play, he doesn't have sense, he didn't trap anything, and he actually hit it. He bluffed with pocket eights on a ace XX board, and bet the turn big, and then jammed the river, and I instantly called the river. I mean, I think about like a few seconds, but called, and he just hit the eight on the river, and he completely ignored. I was the biggest stack on the table, and he was second biggest stack on the table, and he risked everything in that situation. So completely out of the ICM he played, and I actually had this like a lot of this situation against like good regs in these spots. So it's same on a cash. If they are not aware of the range versus range interaction, you just can't put range pressure spots. So it doesn't mean anything when you see like flop of 10 jack queen, and he will donk that flop like whenever he has a two pair, and he doesn't care that he doesn't have ace king or that you have all of the ace kings and ace king suited. And some of guys just call ace king. So it's really important to play your opponents, and I would say that's the key, like in generally the key of making a really good win rate is to play opponent and try to exploit your opponents. Try to get to know them really good, and then just try to exploit them. That's the key and the way we want to play. Because just knowing the pure GTO strategies, it's super good, but it's not it's not gonna make a crusher out of you. That's the thing. Ace 10 off. We're gonna go with the 3-bet. 64% of range. So he's gonna have like king 4 off, king 5 off in the range. We are betting 1/3. Still a board that he's gonna have like enormous amount of air. So that's the reason why we can actually bet a lot. Queen 9 is fold. I see that this guy is actually three betting a lot big blind versus cutoff, but you see like big blind versus early middle was 2.4, and here was just like 5-6 suited and queen 10 suited. So we didn't see like king 5 suited or ace 10 off or king jack off, some queen jack off as a bluff. So we didn't see this type of hand. So we just can make assumption it is a polarized range. We just saw queen 10, which is in all ranges linear, and 5-6 suited, which is also there. Five nine, we're gonna call. Let's see two-door strategy, small blind versus big blind. 61% see bet generally. Let's see a bigger size he's using on which type of boards. Queen 10 jack, okay, on the board where he wants to be polarized and good boards for his range. Okay, I missed. Why? I also had something nice. King queen off. 5-9 is still calling the turn. He's also not overbetting, so what is he saying? Is he gonna bet like queen 10, jack 10 with this size? That's the key question there. We're gonna jam. I would say he reps like a king jack and king queen mostly, and aces. So now when we have, you see like his bet fold in this situation like 55, 67, but if we would make like it's for the 300 blinds, and then we would see like how much he falls in that spot. So that's like a lot more accurate than what we currently have. So looking forward to that future. Really, really looking forward to it. I'm actually going to raise on the big size. We're gonna have like deuce 5 that just check behind the flop. We can still be against some like queen 7 suited stuff, queen 7 of hearts, queen 8 of hearts, or some like weak ace x hands, like ace 6. Yeah, unfortunately against pocket fours we will not. Even he did think about it long. It was limped, but he's not gonna have any like two pairs, strong two pairs or sets generally. Pocket threes will probably bet a flop to make a pot big. So he will generally be. He's gonna be weak here, and he's gonna call like this like really low ace x. Maybe when he has like a queen x can call a raise there. I would say like they will call with flush draw still. So just fold out hand like a 9-10 of hearts or jack 9 of hearts or queen 8 of hearts. And he did think about it with set tank. So when he's gonna have like a6 that like play like that or queen x, it's gonna be folding always. And it was a limped pot and he opens 23, so we're not gonna ever be against hands like ace queen that's gonna call ace jack or ace king. So his aces will be low aces, and we can also make like a nice adjustment if we want that I hate that people want to do. They just bet the river just to fold out these hands, like bet, let's say, like 7 to fold out like a queen x and uh, like jack 10 of heart, jack 9 of hearts, this type of hands. But generally, I think how my range looks like. I'm repping on the turn straight, right? So what have like what is relevant like to bet a straight with like half pot in this line? In this line, you're saying you have a straight, you're just going with all money in. So there's no other way. You're against capped range. You're saying you have a straight. He will not gonna have those five play like this, and yeah, it's just the spot where if you're playing your range, there's no that like people like to do it, but I hate to do it. Even in this spot could last us. We have a clear call there with queen 10. Even queen 10 is folding actually always because of his king queen and ace queen that are four betting as a bluff. Ace jack off us. I'm gonna call queen 10. You see, like he's also four betting really a lot. So look at this flow there. He's four betting 8.6% of range for is okay. Our range is going to have a lot of nines, tens. This hand's going to check behind always. Let's see how he plays in a 4-bet pots. Flop c-bet turn, c-bet. Okay. I think clear check behind. And now what we want to rep? A jack or like a nines? Now I'm going to rep like a nines here. He bluffed with the ace-8, hitted it. I just think you see like we can just easily call queen 10 and he doesn't bet river like block river, he just check it. uh, I'm just on the river. I decided to rep nines and tens, which we're gonna have like massive in the range that's gonna check behind, because a lot of our like gut shots, if I have a queen 10 of hearts for example, I'm just betting the turn with it always, but I don't want to bet and get jammed on with queen 10 of clubs. So that's the reason why we're gonna check, and we're gonna just always check nines and tens here like really often. So that's the reason why. And I don't like this in a multi-way pot. We have an easy call with the king jack. We saw the guy check raised with completely trash with the king 7 without any sense on the queen 9-9. Just checking behind. If he's gonna have queen 7 there, we just check behind and let him bluff the river. I don't think there is a value in betting the turn. And this is what I like to do. We're gonna go small bet on the river. Yeah, this ace eight suited is basically never in the range. So when you see like he's gonna have 8%, he's gonna just put his hands in the four bet. It doesn't have sense. So against these players, what I want to do, guys, listen to this. Generally, button versus cutoff, you're supposed to bluff shove ace five really frequently, ace five suited, and ace four like 30%. But what I like to do, I like to include king 10 suited always. King 10 suited has excellent removal. You're blocking ace king, and you are all unblocking his most often bluffs is ace jack and the ace queen off, which is like 100% of his four betting these spots. So jamming king 10 and making fold ace queen, super super good, super great. You want to do it, and we need to four bet there. I would actually call against this guy, but now I'm gonna four bet it because this guy called call. And he tanks and shoves. This is like I so want to fold now the ace king, guys. He's betting us 11%. I'm gonna go by my feeling and fold it. If they snap shove it, my experience I would call it. Just because when he was like thinking about it, I mean here he think about the with the ace king, but generally when they have aces and kings like that, they just tank. This is like what they want, what they my experience said that they like to do, especially because of the fish. And when he take that, and this guy quickly called, I just decided to let it go. Inner feeling in me, even I mean we would be in a decent spot, not 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 too bad, not too good, but decent. Let me check the reads I have with him. See, this guy had a read that with the nuts on the river in a trivet pot, he tanked till the last second and shove against me, and I called him super light. He had the nuts. He did exactly the same thing when I made a defensive bet with ace king. He also shoved on the river. My block, he tanked. So when he snaps jams, far more likely we're gonna bluff catch him. I don't do this like tanking shit. In some spots, I just take my time to think about it, but I never like I have a big hang and now I tank. It's like shitty to me, and I don't do it. I'm just if the spot is something I need to think about it, I will think about it. I will also think about when I have the nuts. because if I think the spot is good to think of, when I stream, you would you had the opportunity to see that we had the nuts and the river. I was still thinking what I want to do with my range, with with certain hands in my range, what I want to do, and yeah. But I don't do it like to fool our opponents. I don't think it's also a thing you need to do in game. It's allowed. You can manipulate with it. You can maybe get edge in some spots against some people. 9 jack on table number 4. What happened? Let's see. Ace 3 decided to bet river after checking the flop and the turn with the 2/3 size. John Doe, calm, conquered, left with 250 blinds. John Dock. He played it like a dock and just left. Waited for queens. Smartly cold call a 3-bet. And the rest is history. We're gonna go 1/3, a6. We're gonna bet and we're gonna continue bluffing pretty much on many turns and across many rivers. Blocking a 6, crucial. His only set is a 6. Have enormous range advantage there. It's a spot we would put a lot of pressure. I also want to talk about one really good thing also. Because the fish play their hand, not their range, you also need to be aware that on the flops there that you know that they will have a lot of air. For example, it's not reg will try to defend appropriately these spots where their range is gonna be in trouble. Uh, but fish no, fish don't care, so they will not think, okay, this is the board where my range is in trouble. I'm not gonna have many top pairs. Okay, the board is like Jack 5 deuce, or like King 3 3, or Queen 2 6. So just enormous amount of air. It's gonna be there, and yeah, they will not think, okay, I'm gonna have a lot of air. I think I need to defend here. They will just not have that way of thinking. When they play their range, you need to always take that into account. When you're playing Reg will be aware that this is the spot his range is struggling. He will be wanting to have the right frequencies, like at least good Regs will. We're gonna bet here on the Queen Jack 4. Double Broadway board, super good for the range, for the 3-better. So that is all the things we need to, in many spots, take into account, because when there is no ability to put the range pressure, you basically have to exploit some you basically have to like get cards or exploit some other tendencies that your opponent may have. So opponent can be totally range unaware, but he can be like, you see, he's like overfolding in like 3 bets, he's overfolding c-bets, he's overfolding double barrels. He's not having any like on fold on the river against the river bets 60-80% on 70 plus size. So you can still exploit these players, but not by putting range pressure. So all of your known equity bluffs in a situation where your range is cruising against some players may be totally ineffective. That's why I always keep reads and I try to always pay attention what's going on tables. Okay, we are not playing spot, but we need to know. We need to know what is current meta game at any table that we are playing. That's why I can play more than 4 tables. 4 tables is max I can play. And actually, I most enjoy playing it just like that. He needs to check a lot on the king 6-4, and with our hand we can go either way. And generally on the king 6-4, I'm having a 1/3 and immediately bigger size, like 66%. In position is gonna have a lot of top pairs here. So just think about what range we are studying. We have fours, we have sixes, we give king four off, king six off. So we have a lot of these hands. So what we don't want to do on the turn with these hands. So we want to mix. I'm gonna actually go with an orbit here and play it like that with our 10 jack. Also nice to block king 10 and king jack. I'm gonna go orbit the river and I'm gonna actually go 76. We also have 5-7. We have 7-10. And I don't think he has any. 7-10 he has never. And it's also nice to block king 10. Because king 10 is way better than king queen and king jack. The guy is considering call. I mean, we are likely getting called a lot lighter than other guys. But 8 is such a great card for us. Table number 1. I think shove. I think we want to shove. Seems like an. I mean, we can't make conclusions on only 14, only 7 hands. It's a multi-way. I'm gonna shove. Not loving it, but I think it's good against the fish. A lot of bad rivers can come, any club, any jack, any 9. And I think we're mostly good. And I'm gonna go 1/3 block. And it's good. And I'm gonna add myself on the list. And yep, we have the new table immediately ready, so that's super good. And also in that spot where we had Jack 10, it's a really good thing that we can just like I would go 3x with my sets also. I also know my opponent and he is extremely likely to bluff catch against me with normal size. Even like 2x spot he could call easily. But I think when we go 3x he's like super bad odds and many of his king x hands are in shit. Like even 2 pairs are not super great spot. because 8 is super good for us because we're gonna always have 7-10 and 5-7, and he will never have it. So it's super good for us. I missed one third bet, clear bet on the flop. King, queen, queen, king, queen, queen. Yeah. Now we're wrapping like king or jacks, tens. But I think the flop bet one third on king, queen, queen is good, especially with 8-10. 8-10 is decent blocks like queen 10, queen 8 that are all often in the calling range. Queen 8 off is calling, queen 10 off is calling. A lot of possible backdoors. On many runouts we could continue to putting pressure, like any 9 is good for us to continue. Ace, jack. We can also continue betting on the bricks to put in tough spot with the ace highs. So yeah, and we could also potentially bluff on like this 9 run out, ace run out, where we can wrap like a jack 10. So it's all good. If we did bet and I didn't, I missed a bet there. Having a really nice size, so we can call easily. Around 11% of range, so we'll say it's around 10. That would be 8s, ace jack off, king queen off suited broadways, and that's it. That is 10%. There's always like ace 4 and ace 5 there. Our range is in trouble on those 7, so in that situation I mostly defend by calling. I don't see a sense in check raising those 7. Yeah, queens wants to check raise, but that's basically it. And against the half pot, I would just generally, though we have a bet on here, he would probably range bet, so he'll bet all of this ace 10, ace jack, queen jack, jack 10, all of these hands, and he'll pretty much continue in my pool analysis. They bluff a lot on the overcard, so he will continue probably close to range on the turn. This doesn't have sense. I think he's now strictly saying he has like ace king. We have an easy call. I think we mostly look like pocket pair, 8s, 9s, and he's checking behind ace king there. I mean, 7 is basically never in a range. So, yeah. He said he had ace king, and he didn't triple it. So, yeah, great, guys. When just think about when we had 8s and 9s and like jacks, and we have some queens and play like this. Super, super, super. And I'm gonna also see that in 3-bet pop-up. We will see that in the 3-bet pop-up. That he double barreled ace king and check it behind on the river, which is insane. You see, like if you're going into the range explorer, for example, here and see what is calling the double barrel on the turn, like 7x is so unlikely in our range, and we'll have like 5% of 7x. And he is like checking the ace king there. What is he gonna do with the jack 10? What do you think, guys? Will he check behind the jack high? What's he gonna do with the 9-10? 8-9? Is he gonna check behind 9 high or 10 high? I don't think so. I think he will bluff these hands. So immediately with that, that's what I was trying to say to you. It's immediately spot where they are over bluffing, because if he's not really betting ace king, he's not really betting anything, and he would probably still bluff like these hands. And here on the turn, I think I'm gonna go 1/3. A lot of tens, jacks, queens that just checked on small blind versus button that we checked bunch. Just want to bet like this. I will put queen 10 to, and if you like fold out the ace jack here, it's super good for us. So this is what we want to do. King 6 against this size, easy call. Yeah, really, really nice. Really strong board for our range. Their check range is terrible in 3-bet pots. If they're not check raising this, they are not gonna have these overpairs. The people don't check call there with aces, kings, and queens. They just check raise them. They don't like think about, okay, my range is in real trouble here. I need to slow play with these overpairs. They just don't think that way, and that's why we can easily bet. We have immediately new table ready. Okay. We're gonna mark this guy as a fish now, and we're gonna isolate ace 4 suited, defending jack 8, king 9 8. We're gonna have trouble there. We don't have any set in the range. 10 is actually really good for our range. Still jack 8 is checking. I'm gonna check raise there, and I'm gonna go big. This guy is also massively overfolding to check raises on the turns. He folded 4 of the 4 times now. King 5 6 8. Table number 1, I want to see what happened. King 4, jack 7. Basically nothing. Hmm. Do we want to check raise here on the rear? I think he's stabbing an 8x. Jack 4, he didn't bluff it, jack 4, okay. Betting small with the delay. And we're gonna go here we're actually gonna have on the 4 5 9 we're gonna check behind some aces, kings. We're gonna check behind some like ace king and ace queen of clubs, so we're gonna have flush. And I'm gonna actually go, let's see, after checking the turn, after calling the turn, we're gonna actually overbet against this guy. So we will have overpairs there. We will gonna have flushes. So I like the play with a race 10 also. We have information how much he 3-bets versus ISO. Generally, when we look at the pool analysis, you can just cut it down. You see like king queen suited. You can cut down his regular. So if he's cut off for his early middle 13, he's gonna be around 6 here. We're still getting great odds for our pocket 8, so we're gonna easily call. But just when you think about it, so how range now will look like? Probably around like 7s plus here, maybe 6s because he's good, giving us such great odds. And against him, we're gonna check raise. We're gonna go 20.4. So we're gonna have here 7s, 6s, 7s, 8s, jacks. So we're gonna have check raising range like 7s with a spade sounds good, like 6, 7 suited. Hand like queen 10 is not bad, and I wouldn't do it with the diamonds. I would do it with the hearts and clubs. Queen 10. Our ready range is also pocket queens that we're gonna have. So bluffs have to include this queen, and queen 10 with the nuts gut shot is super good. We are against a guy that will call here everything. 6-9 off. We're gonna check jacks. I think he'll go with the check and bet turn. So we're gonna go with the bet now, and I'm gonna actually go half pot. When he check behinds, he looks weak, and yeah, he will be big. We have here how much he check versus me c-bet. He's checking behind 50%, and we see that he's like ace high, middle pair. So his checking behind range is gonna be weak. And I think we don't need to go really big, but if we're gonna have here hand, because big blind we are polarized, we're gonna have hand like a king 4 suited. So if you're gonna have like that, or like some ace 7 of hearts that didn't want to bet the flop, we're now continue. We also would in that case have a gut shot, but like that type of hands, or king 10 for example that we 3-bet, didn't want to see bet the flop, and I would just now bluff all of these hands. And this guy looks so tight. Raise. And we'll go 14.2 on table number 4. Pretty much the fish. I never played with him. He's calling small blind for max 4-way. Having clear call here. 4-bet versus the squeeze. We also see that he 4-betted ace king. Let's see the size that he used. He used exactly the same size. And he did it with queens, exactly the same size. So jacks are clear call. And I would call here jacks, queens, aces pretty much always, kings sometimes shove, sometimes call. So we'd have 9s here that would call 10s. And I think jacks are clear check call actually. And now it's gonna be tricky. I think he still has ace queen. Hmm. But 12 combinations of ace king is here. So now we need to figure it out. So he's value range will be aces. The check behind that can be, and ace king, and maybe some pocket tens. So now we need to see how much he will do it with the ace queen. Actually gonna fall. I think in this spot he wouldn't use all of the ace queens. Even jacks are way better called than the queens. And we're gonna go 20 here. Yep, I just think he has always 12 combinations of value. With aces, it's gonna be with aces. Let's say he's not gonna have all of the 6 combination of aces, but he's gonna have, let's say, 3, so that's 15 combination of value. And 15 combination of value, let's say like 1 combo of soft tens, like 16 combos. So let's say 16 combination of value there. 16 combinations of value. 16 combinations of value. 16 combinations of value. And now the thing is, he's gonna have probably some ace queen off, but I don't think we squeezed against UTG in like 4 max. I don't think he's gonna have all of the ace queens. If he did, I would call there easily, but I don't think so. It was we squeeze against UTG, right? Yeah, we squeeze against UTG and we're squeezing. I think he'll just see, okay, the fish is here. He's just gonna be honest, and he'll think I will be just honest in this spot, and he will maybe not do it with the ace queen. So maybe like 2-3 combos of the ace queen. We are also blocking the ace jack. No, you see, like what I would now like slap myself. I think he's good enough to check with aces there, especially if he's betting range on the flop, which he is doing. So if you think like maybe some ace-5 suited, I don't think we can get to 8 glove combinations. Hmm. He's gonna also have some king 10 suited and king queen. Maybe it's more, maybe it's actually around 12, 20 combination of value there. So we would need to get like to 8 or 9 bluffs. I don't think he has it in these positions. Interesting hand for sure. He will bluff the bluffs for sure. Tudor will bluff them. I just don't think he has it that much that much how we need to make a call. And also, if I don't have jacks, I mean, it's actually good to have jacks there. Jacks are best call we can make. Queens are bad, blocking ace queen. Jacks are blocking king jack suited that is in the range. Um, I don't mind a call actually now, because the jacks is really good to have. Ace jack off is not in the range, so we don't block any bluffs. Ace jack suited is likely to call, and yep, I just feel we could call there. Think we maybe, yep. Now I think I would actually prefer that I called. Let's see here. Do we want to orbit? I think we do. He's low with the skip c bet and fold, but when it's facing an overbet, he folds a lot more. He calls an overbet basically with a top pair plus, and here when the flush comes, also don't. Maybe we have some fold equity with his ace-x hands because we don't like ace 4 4 5. Think he will give the credit. This is the dream situation when you're playing against two of the orange ones, because these are the players that are aware of range, and you can put them in tough spot and they can't put you in a tough spot. It's like dream situation to be in. Green guys can. I have one insane hand. If you want to check it, go to my Discord. I put it before today's. I had ace queen with the queen of diamonds. I faced a small blind call. It was a multi-way pot. I bet he called. Let me actually see which was the board. The board was like two-tone. The turn was a flush. I had a queen of diamond. I bet he called. The river was fourth of the flush. So he called the small blind, ace xx. It was like ace deuce 7. And the turn was, let's say, 9 with the fourth, with the third flush. And the river was fourth flush, and I had a queen, and I didn't see like any king that he can have except the king of diamond with like king 7 suited with diamonds. And I thought he's gonna rarely have these combinations, that maybe some will check raise the flop. So it's not very likely. And on the other hand, we all have all of the ace kings, and we can bluff like king queen with the diamonds. So we're gonna have, and I three barreled, and he instantly jammed the river. And I was in tough spot. I had, I was losing to king of diamonds, and it looked to me that he doesn't have many king of diamonds. But the other hand, it looked to me, what the hell, he can bluff now. I just didn't see like any sense of his bluffing in that spot. So it was pretty tough spot to be in, and I called actually, and fish just showed really interesting hand. Let's see what he had. He 4-bet with jacks in this spot. We are calling pocket jacks. I'm checking the river here. Checking the flop on table number 4. We're calling it with jacks always. I don't think he'll play aces like this pretty often. We're gonna go small, donk. Ace king is played like this, it like really bad. And we're gonna go again at a small river. He will have 4x for sure, but small block is a good way to play. We are calling a river raise with aces always. I'm blocking completely his bluffing range. He can be also bluffing with the ace queen, for example, here, so I'm gonna fold, but looks bluffy. Looks bluffy. I would call here with a pair, actually. Table number 3, I don't like it. He has only 20 blinds. We are big favorites, guys, actually. And the guy had insane hand, guys. He had 5-6 of diamond, and he turned 5-6. So the board was actually ace deuce 4. The turn was like 7-8-9, something like that. And he turned on the river. He turned the 5-6 of diamond into bluff, and that's actually close what Solar is doing. So I put the hand in my Discord and said, "Okay, guys, what is the bluffing range?" And yeah, some guys had good ideas like pocket fives with the diamond, um, pocket fours with the diamond, stuff like that. So the guy actually played really good, and also then the guys were also saying, "Okay, I think also turning flush into bluff has sense," which also had sense to me, but I wasn't sure that the guy will have it inside to. He played that spot better than Rex. That's the thing. We're gonna go with Norbert on the river. Let me see how much he folds. Okay, we're gonna go donk turn. Strong turn for a range. We're gonna donk it. Yep, guys, and the guy had 5-6 of diamonds. I was actually surprised how our guys had had really good ideas what to bluff in a spot where nobody's bluffing. And the guy found a bluff there. I was surprised. And I was like, after the hand, I just said, GG, man. Like, you put me in such a tough spot. You had a bluff in a spot where nobody has bluffs. I mean, I made a call because there is always, I know it's like super highly unbluffed spot because we can easily have ace king and king queen, and we can easily have king of diamond, and he can have it easily. So it was for sure under bluff spot. But with the random factor with the fish is so big that we just can't fold, and I wouldn't fold. Even to a good regs I wouldn't fold, but definitely super super highly under bluff spot. We're gonna check fold there. And just around that hand we have such a big discussion And it's such a good thing when we make stuff like that, because you then just see how the guys like really think about poker, and such like one spot highly underbluffed, and we make such a good discussion about it, and I was like really happy after it. And yeah, we are doing that daily. So definitely, if you didn't join Discord, join. I don't think there's anywhere community like that. We have like really great players that play mid stakes. We have some high stakes player. We have low stakes players. So we have mix of everything. Guys that wants to get better, and we have few really talented guys. Actually, there's one guy that I think it's gonna be real menace, super good player with a high potential, and soon he will be also playing against me, and I look forward to battling with him, because he's just a really good guy, a really good way of thinking, great potential. I actually think he can become like really great high stakes player. Such a nice way of thinking process everything. So definitely a lot of talent is there. A lot of guys that want to work, study. When we are studying, we have like 26 people, 24 people join in, and we make study. And we just don't rep anything if we bet, right? We completely rep nothing, nothing. So definitely you are welcome to join if you didn't. And we're gonna grow. We're gonna make. We're gonna make. We're gonna make my hut better. A lot of good ideas, and that's also the really important thing for me. Uh, to make the hut the best possible, to give me the best possible informations, and I think we actually did that. And second thing, we want to work on my game. It's also really more interesting when you have more people, more points of view. And yeah, definitely, I feel we build great community, and I don't think you anywhere find this type of informations, this kind of active, good players giving away strategy, how they play, how they think about poker. Yeah, definitely. We're gonna just check call with 610. We need to slow play some 10x, so let's against him, let's actually do this with. And now I'm just gonna do with a big four bet on the turn on the river. We're gonna go actually like 14. Because we look like nothing, and we're gonna have like pocket trees here that counterfeited. This doesn't have sense. I mean, it has sense to raise small with the jack, but I don't see like player that has 64 and didn't double barrel. Doesn't have sense with the jack. Yeah, it doesn't have sense with the jack. He can also maybe see us as over bluffing and maybe do it with also like pair of threes or fours. Maybe see us that we're doing it, and he can call. I still like the overbet because we look full of shit. And a lot of our range, like these threes, fours, fives, like some flows, like 8, 9. I think we just have to overbet it. Yeah, when he raises, when he raises this small, I mean, it has sense because we are saying we have a jack basically, and I'm tricky with the 10 there. Um, just because I mean this player is 87.58, it was 87.60, and he didn't double barrel on a jack. Like what is you see, like he will double barrel queen 9, 8 9, 7 8, king queen, but he will check behind queen jack. That's immediately saying when he's double barreling, he's over bluffing. The whole point of our talk is that. And against this size, I will just still call with my 10. Because the guy is weird, it's bad, and I see, and I have a read that he played where he used the min bets and min raises in completely spots where he reps strong range, and he actually had like nothing, and uh, I just because of that we played yesterday, and that's the reason why I have decided to this to call it, and we're gonna go with the orbit on the river. We face a small blind call. Okay. We should attack that. I thought it was a big one. We should attack that with the C bet. And on the river, let's see his check call. Check, 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 fold. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with an orbit here. We're gonna have here like complete trash that didn't want to like bluff, like 5-6. Or like pocket fours that didn't decide to bluff. Let's see if we're gonna delay bet. Delay C bet 71. Fold to check raise 99. That would be a cool spot to check raise. So I think we have really good goal. We're gonna go bigger. Let's see in a deep pop-up how he plays. And this guy is capable of having here like a complete shit out of the hand. So this is how he plays deep when it's 150 blinds deep. This guy can call forbet. He called forbeted the ace 5 off, you see. But the thing is that I think he will go. You see, like when he had ace king, he was going 51. So I think he has like shitty hand. I would say it's like that. I would say he doesn't have anything. I'm gonna go with the check raise. The thing is also here that he can bluff us in this, but he's weird. He's really really weird. But I think he's just gonna be full of air. So our and when he calls, we're just gonna also attack. Now we are having 9 high. We can call a shove, but yeah, I think I like the play. And here when I'm check raising, I'm check raising here eights and nines that I would against him in this spot. Easy call of the shove. Easy call. The guy is super spewy. And we're gonna go big here actually. We're gonna play this through two streets. We're gonna bet like this and shove the turn. He can have queens, so that's We're just calling here with the aces. His hand is not bad as a bluff shower, so we're gonna check behind with aces. We're gonna go half. We'll still have nines in the range, eights. We want to really bet this. And he can still have overpairs against us, trapping us. Like kings. Because generally when it's paired like this and he's playing against me, where I call like 4 bet lightly and I have like 10, 9, 10, 8, 10, Jack 10, 6, 7, 7, 8, all of these hands. And when I play like this, they just pot control immediately a lot with when they have like aces and kings. So he can still have aces there or kings against me. So maybe we should just bet also. Checking back just to protect eights and nines is not bad. But we can also step on 10-10 because we will have for sure more 10x than he's gonna have in his 4-bet range. We're gonna call 4-bet with 9-10, Jack 10 suited, Queen 10, King 10, Ace 10. So we're gonna have more than his, so we can just like bet our 8s and 9s there without any problems. So it's not a mandatory thing that I did. But when he double checks, he usually rarely check fold. So actually, I thought he will not gonna be fold, especially when we have two ace x hands. I think he's just gonna like if he's doing with the king jack, king queen, queen jack type of hands, he's just gonna give up on 10-10 x. So I wasn't thinking that he will fold. That's why I also use the bigger size so I can pot shove the river. For betting queens. Tudor needs to check really a lot. We can also check raise on the flop. But I think just Tudor has it here. He's gonna be strong when he bets into two of us. Can we win one flip? I think I lost like last 15 flips. I had a rough few sessions. I will show you guys. Rough. I did play actually good, but I lost basically every all in. And it started when we had that 13 binds plus, but 8 binds below EV when I streamed. I think it's still call with the ace deuce. Still potentially because he's 20% he will have a lot of king queen of clubs, king 10, ace x of clubs. So at the end I will actually show you when we finish. And I also did play a lot, and I played. It was a lot of setups like ace king. I think it was over 10 times like ace king suited on aces, and not against like but just directly on aces. And I hate it, and that happened also today with ace king of hearts. And I didn't get one of these times, and I just it's tilting me the most. I don't think there's more tilting than that. It's super super tilting, especially we're three max, and you I'm gonna actually go big. So we were three max and we faced this shit. And that's like most tilting to me. If I get a bad beat, I get like few. I get like I had 98% actually, one outer in turn, and I lost. So that's not tilting. I mean, okay, guy had a hand, I had a hand, not the problem. Actually, it was on the flop, so it was 96%. I had on the flop we had king, ten, queen. He had tens. I had kings. He get turned quads. But the thing is, I'm not tilted at all there. I mean, guy had a hand, I had a hand, not a problem. But when you get like ace king on aces, I would just like it's super super tilting. And today we start session like that. We start the session like that. And this guy also looks really nitty. Yeah, bad. I'm gonna actually fold king 10. He also looks tight. And I saw he's calling. I wanted to go with the squeeze. But I wasn't fast enough. So yeah, guys, I'm just trying to say the things like that are really tilting, and also on like super sport poker, I run into like quads, like it's like quads is there like when I have a top full quads like 20 times this year that happened. Just like normal thing. In a day, in one day, I posted my Discord. Three times I got a full house on quads, and also with like set full. I mean, such a crazy, crazy, crazy side that I just can't. When I play there, I just immediately have stomach pain. Immediately when I just go into the here super sport, stomach pain immediately. And every day that I played last time, I'm going to see like what's happening now. Every time I played, I had like four and most of the time five fishes and I started to like it was 3 a.m. And I ate super sport and like sick. You have like on the table. I don't think there's that kind of table where you can find like table of definitely five fishes on the table. If you go to the like NL2 or NL1, I don't think you'll find there. Strong board for us. Aces, kings, queens, ace, queen off. Super strong board. We're gonna bet range. Probably bet turn. Probably jam river. So it's super, super strong board for us. And then you have a guy there, which is insane. You have a guy there that's like, no, he goes and plays like 2 days without rest. He plays complete 2 days, like 40 hours of playing in one piece. And in one day he goes from NL 2050 to NL 500, and he plays for 500 with me. And in one day he plays like five tables, 200, 500, and he has like on every table over 1k. And he is like calling three bets with 4-6 off. Three betting ludicrous hands like I don't know. I saw like queen seven, queen three, calling like he called suddenly called four bets with just complete jack three suited. Just I mean insane. And then against the fish, he does it with 4-7, and That happened yesterday. He hits the immediately the flop it straight, and the fish has no upset, and they're deep and like easy game. And I play, and I have like four fishes on the table, and play like 4 hours, and I'm at the same stack, guys. Same stack. I'm just looking, and I just don't know what to do. So same stack, and that's same stack is the beginner stack. It's not like big stack, so I'm the same. No, I'm on the beginner stack. Just clicking. You need their click rebuy. I'm clicking buying chips, buying chips, buying chips. Insane. I think actually NL 500 there. If you just compare to basically any site, the lowest limit, I think you will find like better regs, because here the regs are actually guys playing like 57 57 vpip pfr, fall to cbet 0, fall to turn cbet 15, fall to river cbet 20, fall to 3bet 0, and they're just regs there. I mean, they play every day. You need to just give them the reg, because reg means regular. They play in regularly. Some of them like 37, 17 are like good regs. They are like having win rate like, I don't know, like I see some guy, Leon is the nickname, he has like 14 BBs, I think. And my win rate is now like around, I have on stars. And on stars I play with regs, play every table, like playing heads up with regs when they are in mood to play. And on Super Sport I'm playing like four fishes, sometimes often 5-1. And yeah, you had the opportunity to see on the stream. Every heads up that I play there is like that. They just hit like 20 times, two pair sets, straights, flushes. I have like when I have a hand, it's a bad bid or set, or they will hit like on the river like some gut shots. When I have like set, insane side, insane. But it's also Croatian side, and you have like that competition between we are all Croatians there, and we want to like show who is the best from Croatians. So you have also guys that played before, that play like high stakes but comes to play to super sport, like they just want, because back then Croatia had kuna. From this year we now have euro. So when you need kunas, you wanted to like, you go in the super sport, deposit with skrill, and you get like clean money free of tax. So like high stake guys were playing on super sport, and all of like top players from Croatia that play, they just played on Super Sport. That was before. Now they are not that often there, but generally sick thing. And I will also show you. Sometimes I will just stream Super Sport just so you can share my pain. I'm gonna call with the King Queens. Odds are not great, but we're gonna call against 44-33 aggressive one. We can also 4-bet it with the ace 8 suited, ace jack also. Looks like he's allowing the ace. Now we're just gonna bet it. We're gonna have Jack 10, Queen Jack, King Jack, potting the river with it. I would pot the river mostly. I don't see any value in any overbet there, so we're gonna pot it. He's not gonna have flush play like this ever. They just don't like check behind. Here hand like a 7-8 of clubs. They decided to bet on the flop, then get the flush draw on the turn and just check it. They just don't play like this, especially guys with 50 aggression. So just I would just do with a pot on the river with my trips. and use it with my bluffs. Just a call board that is super like bad for our range. We don't have king queen. We're three betting most of it. We don't have queens. We don't have kings. We don't have strong king x hands because we are also uh, three betting bunch of them. So when we step here, I think we need to step more polarized, like more with a big size. And we'll go small on turn on the a6 deuce king. And against the fish, there is still a lot waited to have. But I think the best play would actually be he's 56 went to showdown, just a jam. I want to say the best maybe play would be to block, but when I saw like went to showdown 60 now, I think he's just gonna have 43 bet 0. He's gonna have here a7 off in the range, ace8 off, ace9 off, just like easy shove. Yep, it seems like everywhere I play, the green guys are killing me. Everywhere I play, it's hard, you can put them on range. If if I would like play my hands, I would be losing every single session. So most of my winners come from the red line, and you put you create money from range. If you are not able to create money from range, then you need to do some exploit fish, and for that you need to have sample, because if you want to exploit them, you need to get to know them, and you need to have the sample for it. So it takes time for me to get an upper hand against green ones. At the beginning of any table, they will just crush me. That's like that. And on super sport, I'm like getting used to it. So there's no more like tilt or anything. Just like you accept it. We're gonna have trouble with the green one, and that's it. We accept it and move on. But generally I try to get like much information as I can, because you just can't put all the fish in one basket. They are different, they have different points of like logic, points of view, how they see poker, how they play. So definitely you just can't put them in one basket. You need to get to know them. That's the crucial thing. Get to know the fish to be able to play better against them. This is also fish. We're gonna bet small, double brother board, super good for our range. We're gonna bet range here, put in trouble his pocket pairs, ace-x hands. He's gonna have bunch of. Checking behind, king 8-10 board where we don't hit that strong. We mostly have middle parts of range. Better than he, because we're gonna have really a lot of 10x, because we're gonna call hand like 8-10 off, 7 10 suited, like 5-10 suited, all of these hands that he's not opening. So we're gonna have like bunch of these like middle pairs. We're gonna have also weak top pairs like king 4, king 5. So I'll check behind decent amount of these hands, and on the turn we could also start bluffing with the deuce 7, hitting the deuce. We will not gonna do it. And suddenly he just reps like a 10 probably with this size. He also did slow play there. I think on this board against his double checked, I think a lot of bluffs were just bluffs. So like only way he's turning like a ace 5 that didn't decide to bet into this line, that I'm not thinking he's doing after check turn when he's using. Let's see this size. It's like it's all like pair, it's all a value in this line, so I'm just gonna fold. Turning into bluff do 7 suited when we think about it. What we would rep 6-8 and 6-10. I think we can rep it and do 6 of clubs also, but it's better to have. It's better to have. We're gonna go with the check raise ace ten. He also steps a lot, but that was in single raise pot. In the three bet pots he didn't. But step with pocket eights. Okay. And now we're just gonna bet or bet to able to shove the river. I think they overfold a lot here, and he would like continue with threes, fours, and king X that hit it. A lot of flush draw would step, and we need to block here. I think if we are want to bluff, I think we actually need to block if we want to bluff. And we don't want to have this because these hands can also like check behind. Hands like 8-9 or 7-8 of clubs would be way more, way more. They will just stab the flop, but he can just check behind like ace x maybe sometimes. So having this doesn't, and he's going threes and fours will never fold, and or he had king jack. We're still, I mean, when he calls there, it's basically I think he has that. He's also probably sometimes going to step threes and fours because we saw that he's stepping middle pairs. So a lot of a lot of a lot of king X that hit it. So what we want to bluff there is the question. I think yep, we want to bluff on a club because a lot of our hands that wanted to check raise the flop, like queen 10 of clubs or queen jack of clubs. And now we're just gonna get in. So that's the thing, guys. We are stabbing with an Orbet on a king. We're gonna have king queen, ace king always, ace 10. It's okay to have there. But generally, when they call, it's tough. It's tough because we're against mostly king x and mostly that's gonna be mostly. And I don't think they're gonna fold against us. They will never fold. That's for sure. We still need to bluff. I think this guy made. He's into two ranges there, and we would get everything because this guy would check for. He's into two the ranges. They're gonna have highly nines and tens. I think his bet of the flop is super bad. He's doing it 1/3. I think he needs to do a lot of checking. And are we gonna call the jacks? And the good things here is he gonna actually he gonna actually yeah, he's gonna have ace king, but he can have also kings and aces that checked. Also hand like a king queen, ace queen. I just think we have to call it play like this. I wanted to block the river actually here. Still getting called by queen x. Um, we have also jack of spades, so we're never gonna fold this. He made a nice play, but I made a bet size. I want to play like this. Actually, it's not good because he will be not. He will not gonna do this mm, often when I bet like this because I can have a flush and bet flush like this. So yeah, I made the bet size. The size that I want to use on the river is like a block size and allow him to just bluff jam with hand like this or like having a way needed to call hand like a king queen and ace queen. So yeah, definitely my mistake. Bad size. Because I was still in my head in that hand with Duke, where with the licks where he played 1/3 there in three-way. I just think like 9 10 x is the worst flop possible for four better to have a caller of the four bet, and you have two of them, because mostly the hands that are always calling a four bets are nines and tens always. Yep, he's gonna be against us, and we're gonna have 7 8 suited. Yeah, but generally you're against two ranges, and I think with betting 1/3 into these two ranges, and we both call guys here, and you're jamming kings. It's not like super good spot to be. If it's like deuce 5 8, okay, easy game. You're still getting called. A lot of nines and tens are in cold call range of sheriff and us, but now it's like really really tough. I would actually play the flop as a check. I would actually check range on there in the multi-way against two callers of the four bet. I would just check range. Play like this, you're just isolating, and the only bad thing is that the river we would easily get. It would be easy setup for us, but we just can't do nothing when he jams, and that's the end of story for us. We want to get it on the turn, guys, but not on the river. When we folded, then it's game over for us. Then we can just cry how the guy should have checked range on the flop and let us realize equity. I'm gonna go with the squeeze. Yeah, but it's healthy to get it out. It's healthy to get it out. We're gonna call there. He's calling against the small blind, and then jamming. This will often be like pocket pairs, like king queen hands. He did trap now, but I'm okay with it. Usually what I see there is like these pocket pairs. And if he's jamming and I invested 12 blind 12, I'm not gonna fold with this. If we put his jam range like fives there, sixes, sevens, eights, we're just having equity to call. I'm gonna go double here. We are without equity. And we're gonna call also here. I think on a lot when he calls on a lot of rivers, we can just jam on jack, nine, queen. We can hit ace and play like this. We just have to fold. We are folding turn, table number 3, and we are gonna table number 2 against the small blind range. Check behind. To me, he looks like he has hit the jack, like a queen jack and jack 10. what do we rep? I don't think we have like happy day screen out for, but like I would rep like ace jack with a. I just don't think we rep anything, so I will not gonna do nothing. He has queens. Okay, we're gonna raise there. He's betting pocket queens. Okay, yeah, he looks like a jack or queen jack. Queens like queen jack suited. Let's see his fold versus raise. We are still beating his bluffs, so we're gonna call. And for sure he will now bluff like a 9-10 because we don't have like much I6. So now he will bluff with like 9-10 and queen 10 if it called. And alongside with flush draw, I think it's a strong possibility he will bluff now. He hit the jack, he hit the king on the turn. He was tanking a lot and called, if you remember. I don't think that's the case with set. And on this river he will actually bluff. And he used like if he's having a set there, like set of jacks or eights, he wouldn't ever use this size. So immediately here I think we have a clear call, and on the river I think yep, on this ace they will just bluff. He'll just be bluffing, and ace jack he'll not bet on the turn. So he's like wrapping a hand on the flop that like nuts on the flop, like set on the flop. Then I don't think that would tank until last second and called. So yeah, only king jack has sense from value, and I think like he's gonna have 9-10 of like queen 10 flush draws. So yeah, I think on this ace he's just generally they just will be bluffing everything because we look guys there mostly as like a jack, king x of diamonds pretty often I would say. So we look like a king x of diamonds, like a king 9 of diamonds, king 10 of diamonds. We look like ace jack. Ace jack has sense, yeah. But generally, when he will just say, okay, he can have like a jack x. I don't think he ever plays two pair like this, so he can just bluff in this spot. On this 8, we're folding. Having a 10 of diamonds is bad also. Yeah, I think this is just the spot they're gonna bluff. And that's like tanking on the flop indicates that he wasn't sure if he needs to defend king jack. That's the thing. King jack on the flop. You see, like he was tanking against this bigger size. He wasn't sure if he needs to defend it. And I like our big size because now we are just. He's using the big. Also, he used half pot on the flop, which is bad. He's just. I mean, I would say he's a weak reg for sure. This size is on GTO size. Doesn't have sense. He was thinking that long, so he doesn't know in the multi-way does he need to defend King Jack. And on the turn he's using super weird size because he can bet smaller and get it in on the river. I just say that he doesn't know what he's doing. This is not good. We have one more range to think about. I don't see like Queen X that he's gonna have, except like a King Queen and Queen Jack with the clubs. But we have also one range here. I'm gonna call here. The bad news is that we have against him, he's repping like really narrow. So I don't mind a call, but we have one more range we need to think about. That's the key problem here. We have one more range we need to think about, and I didn't think about. I mean, he's still calling on the turn. He can have jacks, queens, just checking behind like kings. But generally, from what he played previously, I would say there's a strong chance, like we see in the multi-way pot, how he played with kings. I don't think that he would check multi-way with like overpair. So I think that's going for a call. So it's not that bad. We're gonna go 12. Let's see in deep pop-up how much he calls in position deep 150 blinds plus he called eights, and that's it. How much he folds to c bet? He folded one out of one time. Okay, and he did never four bet, I think, in position four, but he did actually 38%. And this looks to me bluffy as shit to X, and he's also, if I'm having king 10 there, I would shove. This is 4 bet 150 blinds effective plus, so I think he's actually full of it. Let's see here. So yeah, if I'm having king 10, that is super good. I would actually shove. Now we'll just be calling a 4 bet there. 3 4 8 is a flop where we're gonna have to check fold it. We just have to check fold it. Generally, when you see like tanking till last seconds, that's not acting. So that's definitely not acting. So I knew immediately he's having a hand that he is not sure what to do. Or per huge shove. Weak regs, aggressive still. I think he would just put, okay, he can have many flush draws or stuff like that. So he would be just jamming. Here I'm folding actually against 4% and against us is 2.7. So I'm gonna just mug the good old ace queen. I'm gonna ISO queen 6 suited. Something we should be doing, but let's see multi-way. What is he calling against big blind call versus ISO? Big blind call versus in position ISO. So this should be extremely tight range. He's calling 40%, but we see like he called with the ace queen suited and the ace deuce. We're gonna bet really small here. Betting 2/3. Checking the river. Calling to let the Duke dead. The dead Duke in with our hand, which is super good for multi pots. And we don't want to see this. Even the guy is, it's actually, He squeezed with the king 10 off. That's actually not good for our hand. So our hand better plays against stronger range than hands like ace 10, king 10 in that range. Let's go 6.7. So we would have to fold actually against him. Let's see this guy. Betting high freak on ace queen 7. He should be folding deuces through nines, even some tens. Of course, sevens is a check raise. He needs to check raise. Also hands like 6, 7, 7, 8 as a bluff. Some king, queen, and queen jacks are also check raise, so he's definitely for sure not playing the GTO strategy there. The thing is that he folds 75% on turn, so I think he will fold the queen here. He will fold. He'll pretty much continue with ace and queen with the clubs, so when this guy rips it in on the turn, it's not good. When somebody folds 75% on the turn and rips it in, it's not good. He reps really narrow. I think he has, maybe he can call his queen off. Let's see. He didn't call his queen off. Oh. He just, I mean, he doesn't rip to me at all. And there's a possibility he can have like Jack 10 of clubs or something like that. He played 6-7 like this, which shouldn't be playing like this at all. I think we can fold ace king still. Because I saw that he doesn't have ace queen, he doesn't have queens, he's forfeiting it. Sevens he should be check raising also decent amount or always. He check raised 32%. Yeah, we have clear call, we just can't do anything. He's check raising 32%, so he doesn't know how to play there. Because if he does, he knows he needs to check raise sevens, he needs to check raise uh, all of the 7x hands, 6, 7, 7, 8, he needs to check raise it alongside with bluffs, so yeah. On the turn we're gonna bet exactly the same we did bet before. And he jammed last time when we double barreled, if you remember that. Yep, there's no way out, guys, because I don't see from what are we losing. He shouldn't be calling sixes anytime, so he's not gonna have sixes. Uh, he's to me repping only sevens that play like this. And also we don't know the guy, is he gonna against me like jam? Is he gonna have a race king there? It's also a question. He should be having some ace king offs in the range also. Basically, we can just never fold. Especially when I know that he like sixes it's completely brick to his range. He doesn't have a6 suited. He shouldn't be having 6-7. He shouldn't be having sixes. So in my mind, if I'm good on the flop, I'm good on the turn, and we see that he's not calling ace queen, so he's four betting ace queen. Let's see. He should be four betting ace queen there. Okay. He did 4-bet with tens, so he will definitely 4-bet with the ace queen. So definitely spot. The thing is that the guy is super needy as shit, and against me, he knows I'm not folding ace king, so I don't think he would be bluffing like 27 aggression, 27 aggression folded to 70. I mean, I just can't fold a GTO, never fold, even against this shitty player, because I just don't respect guys. 22-18, fold to 3 bet 60%, and aggression of 32. I actually don't understand how these guys can profitably play poker. He's not profitable, he's breaking even or something like that. But still, how can he even play? I actually wanted to fold, but I know I just can't fold a hand that is in that runout that has completely no sense. So it's just indication that he doesn't know how to play the range. I'm thinking now, do we raise for value there, right? I don't think so. Actually, against this size, I'm going to. He can still have like jacks or tens, or he did a 9 or pocket ace that he's somehow value betting with this size. Generally, from what I see, his small size is like medium hand, and I don't think the trips will be there. He tanked with this with the straight. What is going on? Pretty bad spot. I just know I just can't fold the hand, and I just know the guy is shitty and he will not bluff. But like call with 6-7 there is insane. He just doesn't know how to play these spots. So you're on the double Broadway board. Uh, on the ace queen where the tributor has all the ace queen and you don't have any of. So immediately you will overfold the flop. You have to because your range is shitty. So how can you have appropriate frequencies close to appropriate frequencies if you're not check raising a lot? So every set should be a check raise on the flop. Every like even like ace jack, uh, queen x turn into bluff, especially king queen, 6-7, like 6-7-7-8 always, because your mainly value range comes from sevens, so that immediately you need to balance it with your bottom pairs. He just plays like this and gets it. Guy is betting 70% and he's checking this board. When I see that ace 5-3 is actually 40% bet if he's playing optimally, but I'm not sure if he is, because I see like C betting 70%. That indicates he will be probably over C betting most of the boards, and checking ace 3-5 is suspicious. Double check. I'm gonna just check. Just check the river. And we're against 20% of range, guys. I'm gonna actually forbid this hand We shouldn't be, but if he's three betting 20%, we can call or four bet. He folds 75% of four bet, so I would just decide to four bet and exploit the 20% of three bet more than it should be. You can actually maximally go around 20% three bets. More than that is basically too much. We're gonna go three bet with fives. We are deep. We're gonna try to play pots deep with him. Now it would be super good to see here. Look at his fold versus bet. So when you select fold versus orbit, 81%, I just want to have the stats showing how much he folds when the pot is like huge, when the pot is big in deep pots. We're just calling it 3 bet here. Checking, we're gonna step. We're gonna bet the turn. What a jam the river here. Quads, guys. And we're gonna jam the river table number 1. I think we have big fold equity, guys. Who would jam against the fish 164 blinds? We just have we have every possible king here, and he doesn't ever have it. I just like the play. Like what he's gonna do with his like ace queen hands. Mm, we're gonna check. I'm just gonna jam. I think he's gonna have like many hand with one diamond. I mean, we can call and then call a shove in the river also. This way he would call these hands. He had ace queen without diamond. Okay. Yeah, I'm still. Mm, I mean, he played it tricky, we have to say. Leading the turn with quads. I don't like this also, guys, too much. I don't think he loves this line very much. We have to call still. He can really bet any jack. That's the bad part of it. Let's see a hand again, guys. Let's see it again. Yeah, we are betting on a double Broadway here. We actually have a checking range, but exploitively you can just do whatever you want. I think there. So we will bet here king queen, king jack. Just exploitively, we're not gonna be check raised near enough. He's gonna overfold. and we can just play like that. Uh, when he leads on the turn, what he's gonna lead? He's gonna definitely lead flushes. He can still lead hands like an ace queen there. Uh, he can lead 9x. That shouldn't be calling the flop like we said, but this is weak reg, so he can definitely play like this guy is also playing it. So definitely he can play it like this. He can definitely play it like this. And when he donks and we jam there, guys, yeah, I think like what he's gonna do with the ace queen now. I mean, we look like who has here like who's gonna turn like ace four into bluff ever there? Who will do it? Nobody. So um, I just think we look like a king there. And this guy is just like doing. I mean, I don't know what to say. What kind of plays are that? 5x 4 bet. 5x 4 bet, guys. When you think you've seen it all, you see a 5x 4 bet and like mm, less than 2x, less than 2x 3 bet. Queen 10 gets wins against king 10. Checking here. We're gonna have polarized strategy here. We're gonna check a bunch using big size mostly. Checking turn. Checking the river. And we're gonna leave this table. I think it's gonna be broken. We have the new one immediately ready. What is going on there? Okay, we left now. What the guy had is the question. 4 5 of diamonds. But I must admit he played it tricky on the river. I don't know, like he's rapping to me mostly a 9x or ace queen that wants to go to showdown against weaker ace x hands, and with 9x he wants to get ready from ace x, so basically look like that, and I believed him. Actually, I believe that he has a 9, but I also think this guy, let's see, maybe went to show, maybe it's not the best bluff candidate actually. Yeah, I didn't check the riverbed pop-up. Maybe the guy is not that great, like 37 went to showdown. Maybe the guy is not greatest to be bluffing. But realistically, whoever bluffed this spot? Nobody, I think. And we have like every king X. Because I would play this strategy, just simplifying it in double Broadway board, just bet punch. Even on some like boards, it's not the GTO strategy, but actually the thing is that they will not like this week reg didn't check raise 6 7 of diamonds, so they will not know that they need to check raise heavily to compensate on overfolding of the range. So if they don't know that, then they will call like 6-7 and so then it's super profitable for us to bet even middle pairs and bet this and have this strategy of the big c-bet frequency. So on the one hand, it's super good then. 16, let's jam. Ooh, really strong board for him. I like I like a feeling when you have when you're in the pot, like just like think about this. We are in the pot like 300 blinds deep. It's 3-bet pot or 4-bet pot. And the board is 6-9-3 and you have 7-8 of diamonds. That feeling is just like super super good. And I especially like it live when you play like 1000 blind like on live games on cash that I play. The games are super deep and the guys have like 1000 blinds playing 500 to 1000 everybody double has. So when you play there like 2-5 or 5-10 for example, it's stronger game than you if you go to Resort and play 25-50 because here the guys were gonna have like 10k at the table and there the guys will be like having a lot of guys with 50 blinds or 100 blinds. So the game is like really really crazy, really deep. There is no maximum amount you can get enter in. So the games are super super good, really good. And just think about when you're playing this deep and you have like that type of hand, what you can do to people, guys. Just think about when when you're this deep, generally how the game changes completely. You see, like nuts advantage there is crucial. Then, blockers are like 10 times relevant than they are in 100 blinds deep. Sick game. Like when it's played like that, my friend has a really cool badge that says pair of balls beats pair of aces because pair of aces doesn't mean anything when you're placing 1000 blinds deep and the flop is like 5-7-9. What you gonna do with pair of aces? And if you have a guy that has the balls to put you all in, to put you in a big test. So poker is a sick game and I just love to play deep because it is like art. Playing deep is art of poker. Art, and you need to be fearless, good versus range. You need to like know your opponents. Super super interesting to play. And like I said, guys, I always respect good opponents. So, example, Anarchy and I are really good friends, and like we learn together also, and we talk about the game together. And like even before we met, and I was just having respect for the guy. The guy has 40 aggression. He's like folding 20 to 45% after call, even less. Uh, to triple barrel 53. So that indicates the guy will fight for pots. You see, like his call river bets. You will see he will call triple barrel with king 8 there. He'll just be playing tough, putting you on a test. You see like bet river pop up. You see like mistrash, river bet, mistrash, misdraw, low pair into bluff. So yep, when you see player like this, you just have to respect the player who is putting up the fight, and I always respect the guys that are playing like that. But when you have the on the other side a guy like this, I just don't respect these kind of players, and I respect fight, and And like when somebody's playing, even if somebody's like fish and I play heads up against him and he wins against me and he plays good, for example, he's fearless. Uh, it says 13%, but against us is 19. So King Jack is mixing 4 bet and a call, guys. So we're gonna call. It's 19 against us, and we see actually that he's gonna have ace deuce off, so jack 8 off. So he's gonna use polarized strategy. We are calling king queen and folding king jack, and we're calling ace jack and ace queen. I also respect Tudor. He's also. I apologize for for that. I started saying that I respect also Tudor. Yeah, he's also with us on the Discord. Uh, we we also talked a bit about hands, about strategy, about some stuff, hands that we played against each other. So he's also putting a fight. Uh, yeah, just respect that. 39 aggression, 27, 22. Yeah, the guy will fight, you know. Guy will fight for pots. He's not waiting for nuts. He's making plays. He knows the strategy. He knows what he should be doing. He knows how to exploit, and you just respect. So even when I play against a fish, if the fish is like playing good, I always respect that. And I actually respect like the guy that bluffed me with the hand that I talk about, where I had ace queen and queen of diamonds, uh, where I had a flush with the queen on a fourth flush run out, and the guy bluffed me with the 5 6 of diamonds. I was like saying, "Wow!" I just said like in myself. Of course, I couldn't speak with him directly, but I said, "Such a great play, man." I mean, you just I shared the head immediately on the Discord because he put me in like crazy tough spot. I was tanking, and I decided to make a call. But he was like, "This was the toughest spot I've been in like week. In all week, that was the toughest spot I've been in." So I just respect that, but I don't respect nits, and yeah, I don't. I just don't. I mean, I like to play with them, of course. It's easy to play against them. Even I don't fold them that much that I should have, so I could be playing even better against them. But yeah, those four we're gonna fold. 9 10 goes into the after calling turn to the block. It goes. I'm gonna put it in block. I don't mind my nine of spades, guys. And he also stole from me that I'm like capable of blocking with value. And he calls with ace 8. Pretty crazy call. He tanked it till last second and make the call. Okay. We used a really big size because he's really capped and we are uncapped and he used a big size. I think 24 is better actually. Let's see, 24, 48, a little more like 27 to pot shove the river. I mean, he's like only good against me here. He's just only good against me there. Because I mean, I would block. When he raises here, he's saying he has like a two pair. He's saying he has a two pair with delay there. He says he has a two pair with pocket trees, basically. And we can still be uncapped with like flushes that checked. And I would like, you see like how I put always value in blocks. Yeah, but against me he makes, let me see a reads that I have. Yeah, he calls me pretty light. Um, I saw now that he does call me really light in spots that are underbluffed. Really underbluffed. He tanked it till the last seconds. And when he raised us in that spot when where he's certainly kept to maximum of pocket trees, I think it's well I'm just having a shoving range. I don't have any other range there. Just a shove range and that's it. King 10 call of the 4 bet. Okay. Cutoff versus button. He didn't he 4 betted King 10 suited. Okay. So that indicates he's gonna have like what is that, guys? Can somebody tell me? To me, it looks like pocket queens or jacks that this weak Rex play. Like he's not gonna like shove ace. He did shove on the flop immediately with the key with the open ender. We're gonna be checking. We actually have around 60% of bets on on that board. Big blind versus button because our polarized strategy, and now we're just gonna go with the. We're gonna go with our bet. 6-10 will fold. The bad news is when we raise with 9-10 when we shove, the guy is not raising as a bluff at all, ever. See, like, so I need to fold out. See, like, this is the raise river. He raised once, queen jack. But me mostly gonna need to fold out a two pair there. And we actually don't look as a bluff playing like that. In a line where we're gonna on a monotone board and I'm gonna check a bunch. Guy jams. He jams with what he had. Queens. Last time he jammed. No, he had kings. Apologize, he had kings. He had pocket kings, right? 4 hours and 10 minutes, guys. I told you it's gonna be long. Friday, it's time for that. We're gonna go 8.5. King is called with 5-6. If he jams now, we are calling. We're gonna raise. We are getting it in if he decide to do anything. We're gonna have 40%. And we can make them do something stupid like playing that with like ace jack, ace queen type of hand, king queen suited or whatever. There is a betting range on these boards always. And this actually board is hitting me. We have in three bet range I have fives, I have sixes, five, sixes and sevens a little rarely, but always eights. Have 5-6 suited, 6-7 suited, 4-5 suited, 8-7 suited, 8-9 suited, calling a 4 bet always. We are calling a 4 bet always with kings and aces. Blind versus blind. So we're gonna be decent there. And his bluff's gonna be ace 10 off, HF off, king jack off, king queen off mostly. Sound like 8-10 suited, jack 9 suited. That's gonna be 4 bet bluff, small blind versus big blind. So actually against the raise, and we saw that he did jam the previous board. Okay, the previous board was more dynamic, where queens are like he probably can like just. I see like the weaker just jam like 9, 7, 8. They just jam jacks and queens. And he's really unaggressive, so I'm gonna fold the river. It was also multi-way. So definitely raise, and also if they just you see he should be calling a lot uh, against the raise. So again on the 2x raise, if he's always jamming over pairs, you can just like really high frequency raise, because if they're not stop playing aces and kings there, if they're not checking the flop out of position with these hands, uh, they will be over c betting on a check raise. When they call, they're going to be super weak. So we're going to just write down that in 4-bet pot. So I always write reads when the guy is jamming immediately over pairs. When he's immediately jamming over pairs on raise, because you see like I just raised to x, and if he's only always jamming over pairs, and they are always jamming over pairs, weaker x always on any board. You see like when I donked the flop there, and he immediately jammed the kings, the worst possible board for his range, he immediately jammed with kings against my donk of 1/4 on the flop. So definitely something to take into account. He should be going 1/5 here in Arky. We worked on this together. This board is 1/5, and the Narky does it. We're going with a call. This size is weird. The size is definitely weird. To me, actually, it looks like he's having like pocket queens or jacks, actually. Think he would go bigger with the ace to pot shove the river. So to me, it looks like he's gonna check behind. Okay, he didn't. He, there's nothing he can do with 310. He just have to bluff it, I think, on the board where he's heavily range advantage. Betting range on the flop. Dumb blocks. He doesn't block. He blocks tens that are also four betting a lot. Has some blockers too, like king, queen of hearts, king, jack, king, ten. I just don't see what he can do then jam during the river with a 10 high. So I think he played it good. I think he just have to shove basically. Block the river. Big size on table number 3. The weird thing is the turn size. I think on the turn you want to go bigger basically. And here the threes and sixes are fold. It was middle position so he can have sixes. We're gonna bet big with the ace king. Having a king of clubs there. Bad river. Folding everything. Guys, I think it was exciting Friday night session. A lot of cool spots. Few pounds, punts, but I like it. If you're having a good reasons, punt can be from terrible to super good. It just depends if you had the reasoning for doing it or not. If you had good reasoning, you see like fish can like easy donk the turn there. Doesn't care that he doesn't have ace king. Doesn't care about nothing. He just donks it, and we're gonna see what he had because we're calling the river always with the queen nine. And we're gonna bluff. We're gonna bet. I mean bluff. We're gonna bet. He having queen 10. Okay. Checking 6-9 jack against also fish that they overstep. So definitely against them we want to check because they will do betting for us. See, like I'm just going big. If they will step hand like a 6x, 9x, 7s, pocket 5s. Now the turn like 5 is not that great because with like I wouldn't mind 10 because now we block like a queen 8 and queen 10, and we unblock 7 8. They're still gonna be full of random hands. We're gonna bet. We still want to stack with against the jack X. We're calling. Why I see something is behind. Okay, I see the replayer is here. Three betting here. This guy is super fish actually. 35. He doesn't fall to three bet. Weird three bet sizes. I would say he's actually a fish. We don't know which hand he did have. 2.4. We're just gonna fold king queen off. Going 1/3. Jack Jack 3. You see, like this type of boards really hard to hit, and big blind will be full of air. And we're gonna go bet turn. Betting small of ace ace 2 against again fish. Tables are crazy, guys, tonight. Isolating here. Don't like to see a pot on the river, but against. I mean, now we need to think, is he gonna float here like with Jack 10 or Queen 10 or this type of hands? Is he gonna float and then pot the river? Is he gonna check raise ace on the flop? I'm still calling King Queen. We don't know, and until I know, I will not gonna do folding the hand there. Um, so big blind call versus small blind ISO 4.5%. He did call this spot. So what I think, what is the range there? Pocket pairs, some Broadway hands like King Queen, Ace 10, Ace Jack off. Pocket eights, I don't think they are there. Calling Queen Jack can definitely be there. Big bet on turn he's wrapping, I think only 8. Because I think he should be stabbing a lot of large draws. Let's see now after big orbit after betting turn. He actually did bluff, but never with. Our hand is unfortunately fold. And we're gonna protect, we're gonna have calls there. I think our hand is fold. We don't have a spade. And I would protect like 8. I would check because I don't think it's particularly good for me. You can still have like hand like 7, 8 suited maybe. But it's super weird. It looks so bluffy to me. But I also think like hand like let's say ace jack of spades with the ace of spade could also just stab. Since we're calling We need to still call this pocket, but we're not gonna call like I think like tens are bad, tens and nines, because we're gonna block like ace 10, king 10. Okay, nines. He's double barreling. It's super weird. He's double barreling here on a jack. I would actually call him down on like all the bricks on the. Now he actually looks that he hit the 10 with a king 10 or ace 10. He can still have some like ace 5s and give ups. But I think he would bluff those. That's the problem. I think he has a 10. I'm just gonna jam. I just think he hit the. There's no way he's not jamming kings or aces or ace king. So he looks to me like he hit the 10. Pocket nines. Cold call a 3-bet. I'm gonna bet with nines because there's a decent chance we are good. And fish can easily have. Now when this guy calls, it's not good. I don't think we just want to bluff with nines. Pretty weird. What is he repping, guys, here? I don't think the flush is going like this. I don't think the flush is going like this. And I don't think the king is going like this. And I think he's really betting a jack. I'm gonna call him. Okay. One fly is just harassing me. Okay, we did get her at least. The tables guys are really good today. The action is a lot of crazy action. Think we need to check range on 10, 8, 9 against two ranges. check call. We have super good call. I'm just now jamming because he's leaving not enough behind to just call. If he's gonna have like 40 behind more, then okay, but like this, I can do it. This guy is also fish, okay. Check Jack 3. Let's see how the guy played King Queen. I didn't even see it. You see if it was jam pre. No, it was a 4 bet. And then 10-3 suited. We're gonna mark this guy also as a fish. Check 5, we're gonna fold. We're gonna bet there multi-way. Face a check raise, we're gonna call. Turn is really bad. Actually, folding turn. I'm gonna bet a turn there. Deuce, 8, 10, check. I think without the spade we have to fold in the multi-way because really basically anything that comes like 9, Jack, Queen now, everything is bad for us. Without the spade we're gonna just fold it and that's it. Wizard boy, let's see what will happen. 4x opening. We're gonna increase one big blind price when we 3-bet, and we are 200 blinds deep. The guy is now starting to 3-bet normal size, it seems, from 2 to 7.5. No, it's not now like from 2.5 to 4. I still don't have stat name. I still don't have stat name, but to check him out. And this guy is also, I'm not sure if he's like a weak reg or winning reg or I mean some kind of reg he is. Still don't have any reads that I can say if he's like good or not. He's not 3-betting that much, so that's immediately indication he's not that good. He folds to 3-bet is okay. C-bet out of C-bet in double barrel in position only 24. Let's see his river fold. River fold. 0 to small to the 2/3 or less. We're gonna call 8-9. We have on the big blind we have on the big blind like passive knit and the guy who's not squeezing or three betting a lot, so we can call. So generally, let's see his river bet. Maybe he is actually winning reg. Maybe he actually is. We're gonna go 1/3 on this for 10. His range would be everything. He just joined in and called. He would pretty much call everything. Okay. I would call like king highs, ace highs frequently there. But he could be bluffing with the king high, so I just can't call queen high. I'm going to check 9-10 for with ace queen there, and we're going to go or bet on the turn. Check range on from the small blind. Our hand is a mix, I'll stab it. Check folds 33, check calls 67, doesn't check raise. That's indication more that we want to stab more. Checking the river. Four, 5 off. I'm gonna open. We're gonna check back. Our hand just fits into check, 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 check. Small bet river. We're losing this table. I have the new one, and it's a short one that I don't like, but yeah. Desperate measures are for desperate times, and we have 10. Yeah, okay, this. I'll try to see if I can get anything else. This is gonna actually leave. I'm gonna leave and try to see maybe this guy will play. And jack 8, we're gonna go with 3-bet. The guy doesn't fold that much to 3-bet, so we're gonna go from big blind, increase a little bit size, which is okay. We can do it. This guy didn't bluff with 3-4, absolute bottom of the range. We shouldn't be opening 5-7 suited, but I think on this table it's okay, and we are immediately punished. The guy didn't three bet once in position. He is now, and yeah, I'll just add one more zoom. We are 4 hours 40 minutes and one zoom table to just. There are five of us in the pool. Go with the block on the turn. I think it's good. We can bet queen jack jack 10 like this with the block again. Stab with an orbit, guys. And the guy is super nitty. I'll let him have it. I like ace 4 suited, guys. One of my top 5 favorite hands. We're gonna call for, but with it we have to fold the flop. Tempting to go with the float, but not on this board. No. Have one read to write. I missed 5-6. We're gonna let the Vizor boy in. Gonna stab the turn. Call probably a fish. And bet bigger on the river. Checking 7 is really connected with his range. Give up on the river also. App it's close to 5 a.m. The games are slowly dying. And we will finish the session, guys. We'll see how we went. I think it was okay. We made a few, maybe few mistakes. But yeah, that's our style. I think that like ace king a call on the turn on a shove because their shoving ranges on the turn in three bet pots are extremely value heavy. But I just saw like I didn't see like what seven can he shove, what he can have on a six. The board was ace queen seven, so he repped to me just a slow played set that should be check raising frequently. I actually have some more tables, guys. We're still gonna have ace 9, for example, ace 5, so we can still. He also did fall to raise a lot. So if when we check the board with ace 5, ace 9, for example, and the turn is 7 of clubs, we're gonna still check behind of this, like a, and when he block, he can just block with the 8 or something like that, and still bluffing raising some is okay. You see, like which size we did use. We didn't go like super polarized, saying we have flush because our most value like we need to bluff that's connected with how we play our value range. So if our mostly common value bet there is a hand like ace 5 and ace 9, something like that, like lower ace x hand, then we need to build our bluffing range around that size of our most common value bet. And our most common value bet is like raising hand like ace 9 or ace 5 is raising for value against the block, and we need to just put the size that we used with our hand. I'm just gonna block ace 9. So it's really crucial when we are bluffing to play to think how our value range look like and build our bluffing sizes around our value range and our value bets. Which sizes we value bet our value bets we want to bluff with that sizes when we are bluffing. That's the crucial thing. Yeah. When 1970 guys squeezing there against UTG. Yep. Not great. Three betting, let's see how. Okay, he folds immediately. When I play Super Sport and mix it with Poker Stars, it's super hard for me to like make videos because I need two monitors, and yep, it's really hard to do it. So if you want me put put Super Sport, I can only put only Super Sport and not mixing it in. We're gonna bluff here. We want to fold out pocket fours, threes, hand like ace 10. Value range will start with the 9, so pocket fours, do you want to. His steps river is really a lot. It's such a weird, I mean, because they like to check with value here. I mean, is he calling like flop with ace 4 that we also block? And now betting on the river. So ace 4 hasn't, so actually 4s are not that bad, blocking ace 4. So I can actually call. He just will bet 9. Or bluffing with 9, whatever happened. I mean, we can easily have like Any ace-X that bet the flop, so I don't understand this at all. We have to fold nines. Let's see what will happen. Kings on kings. Would nines win, guys? Let's see. Highly unlikely. Check, check, bet such a size. I don't think that, like, I think he only reps basically a 10x the check behind. I don't think, like, maybe 9x can also go like this. Usually they don't do it with 9x. But we are blocking like a 5-6 that can bluff on turn like this. So I'm gonna fold on. Weird size also. We are not gonna call this guy. I'm gonna 4-bet this. 3-betting ace 5 off. Actually bored. I'm gonna bet it, but we're gonna do a lot of checking on Jack 8-6. Our c-bet frequency is around 50. We actually worked last big study session, big blind versus small blind. We are using polarized. We don't bet often nines and tens. And now we just bet 1/3. Close to range. He should be betting a lot of 10x, like queen 10, jack 10, 8 10, all bet on the flop. So 10 is I'm gonna block. If I'm hitting with 10 jack, queen 10, I'm just blocking it and I'm just gonna shove. Like we did play that hand before where we had 9 10. But I think that this guy will believe us. I don't think this guy see us that spewy as we are. You see, we are having value across. I'm actually gonna call because it's unknown, and we are mixing 50-50, calling and three betting. So yes, he should be having check range on here. So we see like this is the spot where he is capped and we can be uncapped. And I'm still calling here until like betting king queen has sensor and king jack that we block on the flop. He reps really narrow to me. I don't think the flop like bet sevens, eights, nine, that sevens, eights, nines, tens, queens, bet turn and river. So I'm gonna call because I'm not sure what he reps. It's like he had king jack betting the flop there where he shouldn't be ever betting it. It's check range on the flop. So I like he's repping a king. We're blocking jack. King queen doesn't should be ever betting the flop. So he doesn't rep anything. Basically only sets from the flop and straights that we block. So I don't mind a call. First 4-bet he folded to 3-bet 99%. And we still get another table, guys. goes to 5 a.m. and 5 hours. I think we need to finish on 5 hours. Fun session. It wasn't nothing special, but it was okay. So this is the results from the session, guys. So nothing special. We were around EV. We were losing at the half. Like red line is the lowest that we had on all of these sessions. Actually had it like this. I told you with my last few sessions, really struggling. So this is like the session that I made on stream. We were a lot below EV, then really tough session again. We were losing and get it slowly getting back, but losing everything. Again, session 8 hours, losing everything. Big, big, big losing and grinding it to zero. Yesterday, the same thing. Big losing, grinding it to zero. And today, normal session, nothing special. We made few punts, but I think it was exciting. Uh, 5 hours. Thank you for your time, guys. Like always, I did my best. Made probably a few mistakes, so don't don't how it says, don't be mad on me because of that. It's natural gonna make mistakes. Uh, we are people, and I when I ever made some play, I tried to explain in my thought process why I did it. It was not ever a random thing. So yeah, I have to be pleased. And next time I will show you the new future of the HUD, which is something insanely good. Like I did explain to you, really good. Able to see how much people fold in small pot, big pots, and like super deep pots is super crucial, and it will help us in game really a lot. So I'm looking forward to it, guys. I'm really looking forward to it, and I will make a new video about it. Then we can see how the pool plays it, and definitely it's gonna be fun. So thank you for your time. If you didn't join the Discord, join the Discord. If you like the video, please like it so YouTube algorithm can make the video more noticeable and we grow the channel. So thank you for your time, and I see you next probably Monday, I would say. So bye, guys.